Okay, good morning. It is 9 a.m. and we're going to call this meeting to order. I'm going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. If Supervisor Kosmicki can lead us, please. If I can get an acknowledgement for certificate of posting, please.
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Do we have any presentations or recognitions?
No.
No? Department head announcements.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we do have one announcement out of our elections office. I'd like to invite up Francisco.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Madam Chair, and residents of San Benito County. I'm here on behalf of the Elections Office to officially invite the residents of San Benito County to participate in one of our 3 upcoming workshops that we'll be conducting. The Elections Office will be hosting these workshops to obtain feedback on its election administration plan. The election administration plan is a comprehensive report, about 90 to 100 pages, that outlines how the Elections Office will be carrying out its elections in the next 2 years. This election administration plan will cover items like vote center location, drop box location, and also some additional logistical and outreach strategies. The first workshop will be hosted on March 23rd, and that one will be in person. The second one will be on March 28th in the morning, and there'll be a follow-up on March 28th in the afternoon. The first one will be in person, the other 2 will be in Zoom. We will have Spanish translators available, and also we'll have American Sign Language translators available upon request. If anybody has any questions, I encourage you to call the Elections Office at 831-636-4016. In addition, I left flyers in back of the room for anybody here in Chambers that would like to have a flyer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. That's all the announcements we have.
Okay, thank you. Board announcements? Who'd like to go first? Supervisor Zenger?
Yes, hello. So I don't have a whole lot. I want to say that we had a meeting yesterday regarding the Pacheco Creek Stormwater District, and it's a really good turnout. Really thankful to everyone that showed up last night, and thankful to those that stepped up to be part of the board of directors. I'm not going to summarize the whole thing, but I do want to say that if you live Lover's Lane, San Felipe, or anywhere else concerned about the flooding and the storms, reach out to me and I'll go over the meeting, summarize it, and tell you what happened in the meeting. The only other thing is that I want to see about getting support for a future agenda item from the board here. I want to see if we can talk about the littering fine in the county, specifically in terms of cranking that fine up and potentially installing some cameras in hot zones for littering. And so as far as I know, that's an ordinance from the board. So if there's support for that, I'd like to bring it back.
I'll second that, yes.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair, I think that's on our future agenda list already, illegal dumping.
Oh.
So I think you're going to have support for that.
Good deal. That's all I have right now. So.
Thank you. Supervisor Carrell?
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm going to be real brief also. I did attend, along with Supervisor Zanger, the NACO, the National Association of Counties Legislative Conference in D.C. It was extremely informative. Learned a lot from other counties and other states on their advocating and how they advocate for federal fundings. Met with Zoe Lofgren's staff regarding the floods, regarding road repair, regarding FEMA. So I feel that we are being heard. Unfortunately, I don't feel like I got anywhere on individual FEMA assistance, but it was something I did bring up during that meeting. I do have a lot of information. I made folders for each of the board members, and I tried to customize information from the NACO library, so each board member kind of had something in their wheel well. So if you have any questions, also, if you want to pursue more information, the NACO website is a wealth of information. It's hard to navigate at times, but if you have any issues, feel free, reach out to me. I've been trying to, they did a little course on navigating their website and trying to get the information you're looking for. So additionally, I attended the CSAC training with Supervisor Sotelo and Zanger for new supervisors. That was a fantastic training. I am looking forward to bringing some of those tools and suggestions to the board. To go back on NACO, I did get a lot of information that's about IT and security. I'm going to be bringing that back to the IT committee, so I'll be working with the CAO and Supervisor Zanger, who's on the IT committee, about some of these great resources that are out there and lessons learned from other counties. My only other topic, I guess, would be thank you to the RMA staff for all of their time. I have met with them multiple times on a array of issues that have come from my constituents. I just want to say thank you so much for being so responsive and being so accessible, not just to me, but to all of us that have had questions. So thank you very much. And that's it.
You want to go?
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Thank you. Yeah, I'll try to be brief. So facilities committee, and I don't know if you wanted to.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, just want to ask. Office of Ed, so there were a number of really kind of meaty topics on facilities with a lot of projects going on. So Office of Ed issue, there was a discussion about remodeling the old behavioral health building for Office of Ed, and we also talked about why the county's responsible for providing office space for the Office of Ed. It's due to an agreement that goes back to the 1950s. And so there's a request for the county to spend some funds to remodel behavioral health, so we're talking about that. The library, we broached a second round of grant funding, so there's potential for another grant, state grant, $10 million grant. This time around, it would require less of a match from the county. It would be a $2.5 million match as opposed to a $5 million match, so we're continuing to look at that, and that should come back to the board at some point. There was a discussion about Strata Verde, and there's a request from the library to have permission to use Strata Verde. They're building close to downtown there for passport services, and Supervisor Gonzalez and I were split on that, so that will be coming back to the board as well. Rosa Murata, we talked about future use for county office space, perhaps the Ag Commissioner office. The CERNA grant, there's potential for a grant that staff is working on for pre-manufactured farm worker housing, so that's exciting. And then we had discussion about the seating in the chamber here and potentially replacing some of the worn out seats with, but also focusing on a fiscally prudent option if we do that. Other committees real quick, Monterey Bay Air Resources District, there's a need for advisory committee members. So if anybody has an interest in air resources, pollution, please reach out to me on that. And then intergovernmental, we of course talked about the hospital issue, had a presentation from the hospital, and the board agreed to send a letter out to the respective agencies just updating everyone on what we've discussed, so you should expect that this week. And then Fire Protection Committee, we took the next steps toward possibly starting a fire protection district through the county. And future agenda items, I know I don't want to take, I know Supervisor Currow has brought up the general plan. I don't know if it's too premature, if we want to wait on starting that process. I don't know if you have thoughts, because you've brought it up yourself.
I'm very interested in looking at the general plan. I think it's been, I understand that we're doing a planning commission and a board item. Is that just for Strata Verde, or could we actually have a conversation about maybe other things like the affordable housing and some other topics? Is that possible to combine?
Yes, that is possible, and we can make sure that happens.
Okay.
That's going to be
And then maybe we can,
on
at
the
that meeting, have the conversation about the general plan.
21st. Yeah, that's going to be the 21st. At what time? 4 o'clock.
And so
That'll be here in this,
sorry.
in this chamber, just to make
Yeah,
sure everyone marked their
21st.
calendar.
Okay. And then more specifically, I guess, about potentially giving direction on starting the process of looking at some level of amendments to the
Yeah.
general
Yeah.
plan.
Yeah, I
That's
think
all.
that would be great, and maybe we could also have after that meeting, have a conversation where we could, maybe you and I could meet with the RMA staff and just get direct, input from them.
Great. Sounds good. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes, last night, as Supervisor Zanger mentioned, there was a meeting last night of the residents out at Lovers Lane and the San Felipe, and I appreciate all of those that stepped up and volunteered to be directors. There will be a meeting, a special meeting of this board on the 9th, where this board will then appoint those 3 individuals. So thank you, everyone who participated. There were over 55 people in the room, and you showed your intent and your desire to help the Board of Supervisors help you in your community. So thank you. As for committee meetings, I've just been really busy out there in the community, and so I'm really not going to summarize. But I do want to thank both Supervisor Curto and Zanger for your NACO information. Supervisor Hernandez and Dirks were both on NACO, and they didn't pull as much information as you did in your short time here on the board. So I thank you for that. I look forward to it. It's an awesome organization, and if we pull with them and work with CSAC as well as NACO, there's so many wonderful things that we can bring to the community. So thank you for that. That's it.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for all the information. I got back a packet about this big full of stuff from NACO, so thank you. So a couple of meetings or committees that I attended. COG was one of them. We began reviewing the unmet transit needs in the community, and so we'll be reviewing the draft probably in March, and then there's plan to take action on that report in April. The State Route 25 Expressway Conversion Project, staff has asked for a 6-month extension for a comprehensive study, so we're not delaying anything on 25, but the board is entirely new, as well as most of the staff is entirely new, and so we want to make sure that we get this right. The transportation is a very, very big concern, and so we did allow for a 6-month extension on that for a comprehensive study. We also approved a letter of support to VTA for the Rebuilding American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity Program funds to begin studying State Route 152. In economic development, we had a meeting yesterday. Supervisor Curro and I sit on that committee, and it was really exciting. We've got a lot of collaboration and cooperation going on. We're really, really looking forward to working with hopefully both cities, San Juan Bautista and Hollister, the Economic Development Corporation, the Business Council, HDA Chamber, and really anyone else that really wants to kind of help and further the efforts there. We're going to be looking at all economic development and revenue generation options and sources in the county. So I'm really excited about the opportunities there. Attended my first Juvenile Justice Commission, and not a lot to report there other than to say what a wonderful group of staff and volunteers. They have an amazing group, so thank you for everybody for their work on that, and same with behavioral health. Great group of volunteers and staff, so I really appreciate it. One thing I will say, over the last 6-7 weeks that I've been sitting in this seat, I really want to recognize staff and how much I think we have a really committed and dedicated group of staff, and it's been a real pleasure getting to know everybody and working with everybody, and they've really blown me away with their commitment and working so hard. I know sometimes the public doesn't see it, but I promise you they are working so hard behind the scenes, and so thank you to all of staff and everything that you're doing. So with that said, we will move on to public comment. Do we have any public comment?
Those in chamber, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Roxy Montana?
Good morning, all. I'm here today as the California Grand Jurors Association president of the San Benito chapter. And we want to thank you for the proclamation of February as Grand Jury Awareness Month. And we are kicking off with the Superior Court to accept applications from the public. The fiscal year, it was going to be, it's July 1st through June 30th, so applicants now. And we'd also like to say there are so many areas to volunteer in this community, and commissions, and all are vastly important. But the civil grand jury is really a wonderful opportunity to learn about the operations within the county. And we want to stress the value and importance of diversity between age groups, socioeconomic, also education. And so the applications may be found on the Superior Court website or picked up Monday through Friday at the courthouse, 8:30 until 3 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Maribel Jaime.
Buenos días, señores supervisores. Estamos aquí por la lucha del seguro médico para nosotros, los proveedores de IHSS.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm here today to let you guys know the need and that we are fighting for medical care for IHSS providers.
Nosotros, para poder cuidar a nuestros enfermos, necesitamos de un cuidado nosotros también, y eso es teniendo un seguro médico para nosotros.
In order for us to take care of our patients, we have to take care of ourselves, and in order to do that, we need to have access to medical care.
Nosotros hemos apoyado los cambios a nuevos supervisores y a nuevas gentes. Nosotros necesitamos de un apoyo de ustedes también.
We have helped us supervisors in the past, and we also need help from you guys at this moment.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Belen Martinez.
Hola, muy buenos días, supervisores. Mi nombre es Belén Martínez y estoy aquí para decir que ya es tiempo para ofrecer seguro médico para los proveedores de cuidado en casa. Gracias al seguro médico que IHSS ofrecía antes, yo pude agarrar un implante en mi oído para poder escuchar.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Belén Martinez, and I am here to say that it's now time to offer medical insurance for the providers of IHSS. Thanks to medical insurance that I had through them in the past, I was able to get a cochlear implant, and that's how I can hear.
Antes de tener el cochlear implant, yo estaba muy callada. Yo no participaba en juntas y gente se aprovechaba de mí porque pensaban que yo no entendía.
Prior to getting the cochlear implant, I was very shy. I was very quiet. I wouldn't participate in meetings, and people would take advantage of me because they thought I didn't understand.
Hasta tenía depresión. Mi consejera en ese tiempo fue la que me convenció en agarrar el cochlear implant. Y lo hice. Esto solo fue posible porque tenía un seguro médico por el programa de IHSS.
I even had depression, and the counseling that I had at that time was how I was convinced to get that cochlear implant. And this was only possible because I had medical insurance through the IHSS program.
Esto me cambió mi vida. Ya no tengo depresión y tengo más confianza en hablar con otros. Pude lograr y pelear mucho más para los derechos de mi hija. Y ahora puedo estar aquí enfrente de ustedes luchando para que otros tengan el derecho de una aseguranza.
This was life-changing for me. I don't have depression anymore, and I'm more confident in talking with others, and I was able to fight for others' rights, and also to fight for the rights of my daughter. And now I'm here in front of you guys fighting for our right to have access to medical insurance.
Quiero estar muy claro. Nosotros no estamos pidiendo que le den seguro médico a cada trabajador en el programa, pero sí queremos asegurar que un seguro médico sea ofrecido a los trabajadores que lo necesiten. Empezar con las personas que no califican para medical y que ahorita no van al doctor cuando se lastiman o se enferman, porque sería muy costoso o más bien muy caro. Estas son las personas que lo necesitan y por ellos estamos aquí el día de hoy. Gracias.
I just want to be clear on something. I want to let you guys know that we're not asking for every provider to have access to insurance, to medical insurance, or that every provider must have some. But we do want to make sure that every provider is offered medical insurance because a lot of them need it. And with those people that don't qualify for Medi-Cal, right now going to the doctor is very expensive, and they need to go to the doctor when they get hurt or when they get sick. But that would be too expensive for them to afford. And those are the people that most need it. And that's why we are here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Ivankovich.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Welcome to the board, you new members. Some of you weren't here last year when I came and brought to your attention a problem at 2420 Buena Vista Road where I live. I'm on Buena Vista, and as you go down Buena Vista, you'll make a 90-degree turn to your right. You go a short ways, you make a 90-degree turn to your left. I live right there as you make the turn to the left. And I have some irrigation equipment there that's been there for decades. And when the county improved Buena Vista Road a couple of years ago, it changed the road dramatically. It's now become a major thoroughfare for people going out of town. And it's an excellent way to speed up your car. The road is smooth and it's challenging. And that challenge is accepted by people with high horsepower Dodge engines. It's 800 horsepower engines. And it's a test track. And what's happening is people are not negotiating that turn. In addition, when they are negotiating the turn, they've gone through it, they're accelerating at high rates of speed. And the way that there's houses on the south side of the road, and when people come around the corner, oftentimes people will pass them. It's a double line you're not supposed to pass. And they're going at maybe 60 miles an hour by the time they get to those two houses. And those houses there are surrounded by agricultural property. And farm workers, buses will come out of there, tractors will come out of there on the far side, coming out. And if they're coming toward town, they're not looking to their right, they're looking to their left, see if anybody's coming. Well, as you come out, if someone is in their lane, this is going to be a head-on accident. I pointed out this to the board. And then they're not negotiating the turn this way. There's been numerous accidents there. In the last year, 3 of them, 4 of them, 5 of them. 3 of them are on my property. took out my irrigation equipment. Cost me $1,100 to fix it. Fix it up again, another car. Then last November, a car came out, took out the whole system. I gave to you an estimate from Brigantine Irrigation what's going to cost to repair that, between $15,000 and $20,000. Luckily, I wasn't home, but the CHP came and took a traffic report, accident report, and I have the name of the party that did it. It happened like 5 o'clock in the morning. Trying to get Allstate to pay for it. They're not. Nobody's paying for this. I'm stuck with the price. Well, that's one problem. The other problem is that the problem for life safety. Last year, 2 accidents coming toward town. They didn't make the turn. One went through the fence, agricultural fence, took out the fence, took out sprinkler pipe, damaged irrigation, damaged the fields there that the farmer's farming.
If you can wrap it up, John, please.
It took out, what?
If you don't mind wrapping it up.
Okay, well, I'm telling you this, I will, one more minute. Took out the guy wire to the power post. Then another one came through later on and took out the power pole. Luckily, no one is killed yet. So what I'm asking you to do is, I came here to the board last year, about May or June, and asked for something done. Nothing's really been done yet. Promises, well, we'll put out something. Nothing has happened. And I don't want to be liable. I can't, if I put up barricades myself, then I accept your responsibility. If someone is injured or killed, it'll be on me. So I'm asking you, please do something. Now, Steve Loop,
Yes.
line director.
Thank
he
you.
said
We'll
something would happen.
look into it. Thank you, John.
All right?
Mr.
Please do
Bakovich?
something.
Madam Chair, if you wouldn't mind, please reaching out to me and let's have a meeting, you, I, and Steve Loop, and see how we can do it. I do have yours, and let's see what the county can do.
Thank
And
you
see if
very
possibly
much.
put it on a future agenda item to see what the county liability is.
Thank you.
Okay,
I'm
so
asking on behalf
let's
of
speak
the county
offline.
to save you some serious troubles here, lawsuits, and also save life, please.
I'm concerned about the loss of life, yes.
Thank you.
And-
Okay, thank you.
And Madam Chair, I've also spoken with John and Steve. It's kind of in that area, both of our district area. And just to update the board, Steve mentioned that his property area will be part of the budget discussions to put, there's a guardrail program essentially that we're looking at this upcoming budget session. Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, thank you,
Okay.
John.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Vicente Vega.
Hello, good morning, Board of Supervisors. I do have, this is a letter of support from the Monterey Bay Labor Council that I'd like to read today, but I'd also like to be able to hand one to all of you, so I'll just. So my name is Vicente Vega, and this letter of support is from the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council. As the state of California makes efforts to recover from the lasting impacts of the pandemic, it cannot continue to fail one of the most significant workforces essential to providing care to our sick and aging population, seniors, and adults and children with disabilities. IHSS providers account for nearly 600 workers in San Benito County, and thousands of the county's constituents rely on the care of IHSS providers to survive. Incidentally, IHSS workers live below the state poverty line. The cost of living significantly outpaces their wages, leaving them extremely vulnerable to the impacts of poverty, which includes substandard housing, hunger, homelessness, inadequate child care, unsafe neighborhoods, and under-resourced conditions. To date, San Benito County is the only county in the Central Coast where IHSS providers do not have health care, and health care is one of the most basic human rights. We all have a shared obligation and responsibility as community leaders, clergy, and electeds to ensure that the fabric of our communities are cared for, remain safe, and are able to thrive. However, we will not be able to do so without adequate compensation and care for the workers who shoulder the brunt of those most in need. Our organization stands in support of IHSS providers in San Benito County getting a fair contract that reflects a livable wage plus healthcare benefits. We ask that the governing board prioritizes IHSS workers by advancing their dignity so that they too can take care of themselves and their families as they continue to provide life-saving care to those in need. Help us help California recover with dignity. For these reasons above, the Monterey Bay Labor Council, AFL-CIO, support San Benito County IHSS providers through the ongoing bargaining with SEIU 2015. And then Cesar Lara included his phone number for you all to be able to reach out to him as well. So thank you all.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. I'll lower my hand too. This is Valerie Eglin with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. And I wanted to let the board know that Reach has reached out to Monterey County on their side of the Anza Trail. And we met with Supervisor Glenn Church of District 2, Monterey County. And he had no idea about the Anza Trail. And so it was a very good discussion. We have also met with Hank Agostini, the property owner to the left of the gate as you approach. And we're advised that should it be a possibility of getting a porta potty in behind the gate for hikers, as we have on the San Benito side, they would be very grateful. Also, the turnaround, the edges of the road have not been groomed probably for years and years. And we were advised by Jason at Public Works that Monterey County never has done anything on that side. And so I suggested to Glenn Church that since San Benito County has its 150th in this coming year, it would be a possibility to have Monterey County join San Benito County in whatever improvements there are on the trail and at the gates, and advised him about the donors that we have on the San Benito side doing our garbage and porta potty. So it was a very successful meeting, and I wanted to let you know that we've accomplished that, and it feels very, very good, especially at Supervisor Church is also on the Monterey County Parks and Rec Commission. They have met this last month, and I listened in on that and gave public comment about the trail in Monterey County. So he said, I had taken with me all the information from Supervisor Richard Place showing the opening of that rec trail as a bi-county park. And he was grateful to know that, and he can take that now to the Parks and Rec Commission and to the Board of Supervisors to see if there might be funding this year to improve that side. So yeah, I'm very, very pleased about that. So is the board. So thank you very much.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Elia Salinas. I want to start off by thanking Chair Sotelo, on thanking the staff because they do a hard job, and they are unrecognized, and they're the first line of defense for the county, and they get the brunt of the complaints, even though, you know, it's not on to them. So I want to thank you for doing that. Thank you to the board for setting some monies aside to help those people that have been displaced out on Lover's Lane with regards to the flooding. And it's truly appreciated that you've also given some money over to the community bank as well. These folks are in dire need. They've lost everything. I would like to see where is behavioral health on this, contacting them. They definitely need counseling. The children need counseling. They've lost everything. They've lost their home. They've lost their daily routines on what has happened. out on there by being displaced. And I think that behavioral health needs to step up and offer some type of counseling for those folks out there on an immediate basis. It's already been weeks and behavioral health has not made any effort towards them. I would also like to remind the entire board, you are up there to make decisions that are unpopular by some folks and popular by other folks. So your decisions are made by policy and they're not made by politics. So please keep that in mind. Also, the grand jury reports, please. Those are staff members. Those are county staff members that were contacted and spoken to by the grand jury members. And those complaints mean something to them, and not a recommendation, but some action must be taken. You have to consider the morale of all those departments on the staff, that they show up every day, even though they have issues. They have nowhere else to go. If we lose them to another county, it is because we don't take action on what's going on with the morale of all these individuals. And the three of you, I think I'm running out of time. There are three of you that are new to the board. And I just want to remind you that the SEIU spent $6 million on the do not recall Gavin Newsom. That $6 million could have been used towards their members, and the top three SEIU top title people have been had to forced resign or are under investigation for fraud and embezzlement. So the SEIU, remember that when you guys are dealing with them. Thank you.
No other comments.
Thank you. Okay, so we, at our board retreat last week, we kind of have reshuffled the agenda. So now it is time for the consent agenda. It's put back up at the top. So is there any public comment on the consent agenda?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. In chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and how many items you wish to speak on.
This is Celia Salinas, and there are 3 items I want to speak on. Am I going to speak now, or am I going to have to come back this afternoon?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I have a question on 1.5, the funds that are being taken for this grant for clarity and transparency. It's being transferred to various general ledger lines. I would like an explanation onto that. You're taking monies from the youth programs, and what does that mean that you put into general fund? On 1.6, I just have a question regarding the mower that's you're going to use regional park funds from the grant money. That mower, is that only going to be used for the regional park, or is that going to be used for other facilities in San Benito County? Let's see, sorry, folks, I'm on a phone and I'm on my iPad. That's it for now. I'm sorry. So I just had two items at the moment. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I just have one point, just a point of clarity on that? It was actually 1.6 and 1.7 that she was referring to. The grant was for 1.6. There's no grant on the tech, and the mower was 1.7. Just want a point of clarity on that.
Okay, thank you.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and how many items you'd like to speak on.
Yes, thank you. This is Valerie Eglin with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation again, and I would like 1.7 to speak to also the flail mower and taking those funds out of the Parks and Recreation impact fees. Is there a proportion that can come out of other fees, since that is probably a very useful machine and maybe used for roadside work. So that was my questions. Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay, bring it back to the board. Anybody?
I would like to go ahead and pull item 1.6 and 1.7 per the public comments that were addressed.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Kozmicki?
Thanks. 1.8, please.
Okay, Supervisor Zanger?
1.2, please.
And Supervisor Curl?
I'm not pulling any.
Okay, and I don't have any to pull as well. So we will be coming back to these items after regular agenda and addressing these, so thank you. So moving now on to...
Madam, can you move forward and approve the
Oh,
remaining
sorry.
items?
Yes.
The motion to approve items, the consent items with the exception of item 1.2, 1.6, 1.7, and 1.8.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to regular agenda, item 2.1, introduce and waive first reading of an ordinance, amending chapter 3.01.146.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Henny Ring with Human Resources. Forgive me, I'm a little under the weather, so if I don't sound very clear, just wave your hands or something. Today's item is in regards to the RMA, Resource Management Agency. Under direction, the County Administrative Officer asked HR to amend the job specifications for the positions of Planning and Building Director and Public Works Administrator to assume primary responsibility for the administration of various divisions within the RMA Resource Management Agency. Their direct report to the CAO in lieu of the appointment of a resource management director at this point. I just wanted to give you a little update of just give you some specifics with each position. We'll start with the Public Works Administrator. This position is to plan, organize, and manage the operation and staff of the County Resource Management Agency Public Works Division. They will implement the design, construction, maintenance, and repair of county highways, roads, bridges, related structures, and to have responsible charge of the equipment and public works facility, to have responsible charge of the planning, acquisition, and development and maintenance of county parks and recreational facilities. In addition, they'll be responsible for the administration of the Public Works Division, which ensures the construction, again, and operation fully of the Public Works facility. So that is the Public Works Administrator, so that's what the duties will be done on that. For the Planning and Building Director, is responsible for the direct activities of Complex Planning Division, including advanced planning, permit processing, zoning administration, building inspection, transportation planning, environmental and resource planning, housing, community development, and land use regulation activities. Also, in addition to being in charge of the planning division section, which covers the development and implementation of programs for advanced planning, also building, inspection, land use again. Both of the positions, the Public Works Administrator and the Building and Planning Director, are basically department heads of each division. So they're running each division of was specified in the RMA. If there's any other questions or anything that you'd like me to present, please let me know.
I think we'll go to public comment first, if that's okay. All right, public comment?
Those in chambers, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Elia Salinas, thank you. Well, I appreciate the amendment to the ordinance to amend. I'm just a little, I'm surprised and I'm a little perturbed at the same time that and the individuals are highly qualified. I'm very fond of each one. However, why were they appointed to these positions without there being a backup and some type of authority from the supervisors, instead of just appointing it and then coming back and saying, okay, now we're going to adjust it? It just seems that you put the cart before the horse, and then you come back, and or you do, and another way would be, I'm going to do it this way, and I will ask for forgiveness, and rather than ask for permission. It just seems a little out of place. And I would hope that in the future, something like that doesn't happen, so that all this falls under the guidance of already an existing ordinance and the permission of the supervisors. Thank you.
No other comments.
Thank you. So bringing it back to the board, and this is, oh. Okay, sure.
Okay. An ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Benito amending Chapter 3.01.146 of the San Benito County Code relating to the duties of the Planning and Building Director and the Public Works Administrator. And I'd also like to note for the record that the motion should be accept introduction, waive first reading, and continue to March 14th at 9 a.m. for adoption.
Madam Chair, this was a question that I asked last year when we went ahead and bifurcated the RMA responsibility, and so I appreciate this report and this ordinance. So can you direct any questions regarding the public comment that was made and how this has evolved over time, please?
You want to go ahead? I can start it. I'll start off, and then I'll have Henny elaborate. So, as you're well aware, RMA is a large division, a large office, and there is a tremendous amount of work and very weighty for one person to oversee everything. And with many discussions, talking to the board as well in time past, we discussed this as well, is what can we do to assist individuals within the departments to try to lighten the load to some extent. Their loads still are they still have a lot going on. Last night they were working till probably close to 10 o'clock last night. So they still have a lot on their plate. They're fantastic workers, and they have just taken the bull by the horns with each one of these divisions. So Steve handles the Public Works office, and Abraham handles the planning and building side. So really what we're trying to do is just trying to lighten the load and give them manageable oversight over individuals instead of having it so broad. So that was kind of the main reason. I don't know, Henny, if you want to add further.
Yeah, in addition, we start with the leadership at the top, and eventually we'll work on the chart, the positions going below that, and kind of dividing that out again. There's still more work to be done with RMA. It just takes time. So that's just one of the things.
Right. And then for the record, the supervisors have been involved in these conversations. It started off when I was board chair at the time, and then it has evolved. And so I just wanted to make sure that it's not something that we're just doing haphazardly. It's not something behind the scenes that you're throwing on the board. There have been ongoing conversations for quite some time. And so it has been in the works. And this board may not have been part of the conversation, but the previous board has.
Right. And in writing classifications, it does take time, and also what HR does is we kind of look at what at the moment and then how that will look in the future. So it's kind of, it builds a little bit, so we try to keep it broad. At the same time, we try to make it specific. So it's just organizational.
And there's regulations, and I'm sure Joel will probably highlight that from a legal perspective, but there are requirements that we have to have specifically with job specs. So when we change a job spec, we have to have that in our ordinance. So Joel probably can elaborate further on that.
Yes. The RMA director was and still is a direct report to the CAO and is selected and hired by the CAO. And the assistant director positions, which these two positions formerly were designated as assistant directors, were reporting to the RMA director. So in essence, the reorganization temporarily makes these what were formerly assistant director positions a direct report to the CAO. So it's not really a change in the allocation of responsibility between the CAO and the board. But the reason for the ordinance is the fact that various responsibilities under both the public works sections of the ordinance and the planning ordinances referred to the RMA director for various responsibilities. And since those responsibilities had been divided between these two positions, we needed to revise the ordinance to reflect those allocations. And that's primarily the purpose of the ordinance.
Thank you. Supervisor Curro?
And just to bring a little history, this was a survival mechanism back when we, in 2012, when the recession hit San Benito County so hard, and the board at that time was having to make some serious decisions about cuts and consolidations. I was not a fan of this consolidation into this single position, knowing the workload was going to be so extensive, and I'm really supportive and have had conversations before I got up here and about how this could really benefit and help the RMA, not just as a department, but the staff also. So I'm really excited to see this happen, and we have to remember, why was it originally in place? It truly was how the county was able to survive the recession in 2012, which was devastating. If you weren't here, I hope we never have that happen again. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Yeah, quick question. What are the plans for eliminating the RMA director position officially off the books, if there are any?
That'll be a process. That'll take a lot of time because we have to go through the unions, and there's actually more work involved with that. I think at this point we just wanted to split the duties and address the workload. There is an additional hires that we're looking at as well to deal with the administrative side, integrated waste, and so we're still working on that. And I'm hoping Henny, when she gets a free moment, can kind of present the overall org chart to this organization, and with the support of Abraham and Steve as well. So, yes,
I appreciate that, and for me, I just I'm hopeful that we can do that at some point, just so that we're not simply adding a position.
Sure.
I agree with Supervisor Curro's statement. Normally, I would be keen on potentially supporting consolidation, but it really has to make sense from a duty workload, the area of expertise standpoint, and these two areas just to me they don't mesh really to the point where it makes sense. But I do want to say I'm just completely highly impressed with the two, call them directors or division directors or whatever you want to call them. They're department heads to me. Abraham's just outstanding. I've known Abraham for a long, long time, and going back to chatting at Mars Hill every morning. And Steve Loop is just amazing, and just a really, really great director, and does a really wonderful job. So thank you both.
Okay, thank you. So I concur with Supervisor Kosmicki. Both Abraham and Steve have been amazing to work with, and I'm so impressed with your dedication and commitment to this county. So I feel very lucky to get to work with you and to have you for this county. So thank you. So we will continue this item to our March 14th meeting.
You need a motion.
Yes.
So-
Oh, a motion to
Accept
okay.
introduction, waive reading, and first reading, and continue to March 14th.
I'll go ahead and make that motion per staff recommendation to waive the first reading,
Accept introduction.
accept the introduction, and then go ahead and continue this matter for adoption to the meeting of March the 14th, 2023.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so item 2.2, Sheriff Taylor.
Yeah, I think so. Perfect.
Oh, this is a good time for me to run outside.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. I have some notes because if you looked at the staff report, it's probably one of the longest ones I've ever written. So I apologize for that, but it's all necessary information for you to have. I also don't pretend that the timing of this is not ideal. And I'm also acutely aware of the draw that the Sheriff's Office is on our budget and how difficult it is to fulfill some of these asks that I've had since I've taken over in June of 2021. I will tell you humbly that I had some frustrations when I went into the role about some inefficiencies in our office. And I know that I hit the ground running when I took over, and I've asked a lot of all of you, and you've all been very good to the Sheriff's Office and very understanding. I know that 3 of you are new to your role, but the board that was here when I came in, there's still 2 members here, and I think that you've always been willing to listen. We've been able to have disagreements, but I've never felt that you didn't want to hear what I had to say. But I've also been told I only have like 10 minutes, so let me get started. It's a large ask that I have in front of you today. It's a lot of money, but there's some certain things we can't quantify. So I think in the long run, this is actually a cost savings. And I don't say that to be facetious. I really, truly mean that. If you really take time of boots on the ground and processes that we currently have going on, in the end, it's going to be hard to quantify it, but this actually is going to save us money. And I think it's also part of the general plan. There's definitely things that we're looking at, but this also locks us into a line item, known amount for a period of 5 to 10 years that we know we're not going to have any surprises in the future of things that fall off or need to be fixed. So having said that, transparency in policing is no longer a desire. It's an absolute reality and a necessity, and it's demanded by our public. Again, it's a large ask, it's a big commitment, but I will tell you that if we move forward with any of these options, I will find a way to work it into my budget. My intention is not to come and ask you for extra money. My intention is to make this work with the budget that you've already given me. Even if I have to give some stuff up that I don't want to give up, but I'm willing to give things up in order to make this a reality because I think it's important. The goal really for me is to use technology to keep our limited staffing on the street, increase our transparency and accountability, and also to safeguard the evidence that we have in our criminal cases. Technology has been an issue that we've had here in this county for a period of time. For those of you that remember or that were here, we actually went offline for a period of time a few years ago because of our technology. And during that time, our deputy sheriffs could not write reports because our servers were housed here on premise. And so we were able to do a workaround by bringing another server in, a standalone, set it at the jail, and have all of our staff have to go right off of one terminal in the jail. And this technology would make that non-issue. It would never happen again because it's a hosted solution, and it's cloud-based and it's redundant. So we were fortunate at that time that we didn't lose any evidence, but I will tell you, it's been an absolute, keeps me up at night, that since I've arrived here in 2014, we keep all of our evidence photographs and evidence videos on the county server, just in a folder. And at any time that we have any type of catastrophic event with our servers, that evidence is gone. This solution would keep it, again, cloud hosted, redundant. It's in multiple locations at the same time. It's on the back end, it's on Amazon web servers. So it's in different locations in the country all at the same time. We would never lose evidence. So we were fortunate not to lose any. Recently, our body-worn cameras that we currently have failed. They are end of life, and they're starting to run out of battery, really is what the issue is. And the cameras that we have, in order to make them work again, you have to buy a whole brand new camera. Can't just swap out the battery. So we had a suicide at the jail, and it was not captured on body-worn camera because the body-worn camera's batteries had failed. Luckily, we have fixed cameras in the jail, so we were able to still have the video that we needed to show what happened in the custodial setting. But had that happened out on the street, and we had a critical incident and our cameras failed, you could probably understand the scrutiny we would be under as a county for knowingly putting these cameras out on the street when they're inadequate. Also recently, if you saw in the media, we had an armed standoff on Hillcrest Road. We had a male threaten to shoot his mother in the head, and when he walked away, he was confronted by our deputy sheriffs. We got into a standoff. He admitted he was armed. They devised a plan. He failed to comply. He was hit with a less lethal beanbag round, which knocked him down, and they were able to rush in and take the gun away from him. That easily could have been an officer-involved shooting. That easily could have been death at the hands of our office. And luckily, our cameras were functioning during that moment. But it's those type of things that I fear if we have cameras that are not functioning or are not functioning properly, that we would miss those type of things. And had that been a deadly force situation, we would have been in a really rough spot to not have that captured on video, because that's what's expected nowadays in public safety. It's not a luxury anymore. Now for the efficiencies. I'm going to go through a couple of these things on here, but Axon Records, it's a cloud-based records management system. So let me step back because there's a lot to cover. There's a few different things that are needed. This is all spurred because our body-worn cameras are end of life. So what ended up happening is I had staff come to me a couple weeks ago or last month and explain that our body-worn cameras aren't working, and in order for us to get new ones, we have to buy all new cameras. Because for a great business model, the form factor of the new cameras don't match the form factor of the old cameras, so we can't use them together. They've also ended an end of life of our evidence management system, which was called Evidence Library 4. It's now Evidence Library 5. They don't talk to each other, so we'd have to upgrade that as well. So what we'd be looking at to stay status quo, we would have to buy at least 60 new body-worn cameras, and we would have to outfit each car with a new docking station, and we'd have to outfit our office and headquarters and at the jail with new docking and transfer stations. And that's close to $100,000 to just stay where we are right now. And so with this solution, for that same amount of investment, we can get a suite of services coming to us that are going to create a lot of efficiencies for us. Some of that I'll just go through here. So one option that we have today is the Officer Safety Plan through Axon, formerly known as TASER International. So if you go with this plan, it's a suite of products that you get for a fixed price over a period of time. So one of the contracts that we have for 5 years is just over $1 million. So $200,000 a year and change, like 220 something. It's in the report. So that's a fixed number based on today's pricing that goes in perpetuity for 5 years. I went ahead and put it on there, and the CAO and I had a discussion about this, and even the people at Axon told me that this would create a little bit of maybe some stomachs hurting, because there is a 10-year option. And so what the 10-year option does is it locks you into today's prices, and it takes it out 10 years from now. So if we went with a 5-year plan, and it's really just spreading payments over. So you're spreading, however you want to divvy it up, you're spreading that $1 million over 5 years. You can front load it with one-time money. You can use whatever funding you want. You can spread it out $200,000 plus a year. So what I asked them to do for this budget year is to have the lowest possible amount I can have in year one, which would not affect my budget at all. And then it's going to be up to Kelly Kennedy and Eric Taylor to figure out how we're going to work that into the budget going forward. However, there is a provision in either the 5 or 10-year plan that if there's a chance, and Supervisor Curo brought up what we went through in 2011, 2012, if we were in a position where we went into recession or we went into a budget crisis and we could not pay, the contract ends at that moment, but we'd have to give all the stuff back. So there is an out on either 5 or 10-year plans, but it's a way to basically, let's say a TASER costs $1,000 today. We're paying that price for 5 years or paying it for 10. If we do a 5-year plan and it sunsets and we re-up another 5 years, if tasers now cost $2,000 each, we're paying that for the next 5 years. So there is definitely a savings because we're going on today's prices. I think they have a CPI of 4%, but last year the cost went up 9.5%, but the agencies that locked into this only went up 4%, so there actually was still quite a cost savings. But so when I talk about the officer safety plan, it's this suite of products that we would be getting. The first thing we would get is the brand new Taser 10. It's their latest conducted energy weapon that they have. We already deploy tasers. We have different tasers on the street as in the jail, which is not ideal. But we have Taser X26Ps on the street, Taser X2s in the jail. They're not good. They don't fit into the same holster. They don't use the same cartridges. It actually costs us a lot more money to run 2 different weapon platforms. So this would get the entire agency on one platform with the Taser 10. Understanding that during the term of this agreement, every taser is under warranty. If anything happens, it's replaced for free. We actually get 6 extra tasers that we don't even pay for, but they give them to us to swap out if there's a problem with the taser. And at the end of 5 years, they take all of our old tasers and they give us all brand new tasers again. So in essence, what I'm asking is for us to buy 60, but we're really getting 120. So that's the taser. The other things that this suite comes with is the Axon Body 3. It's our most state-of-the-art body-worn camera that's coming out. It has advanced imaging audio, and it can also do license plate reading and facial recognition, and it can capture, so this means more to the cops on the street, but if I go to a scene and I take someone's ID, I can just hold the ID briefly up to the camera, and it captures that information and puts it in the report. I don't have to write it down. So there's technology that's really making their jobs go a lot smoother, a lot faster. And it also integrates with the tasers and with what's called Axon Aware, which gives us real-time positioning as to where our resources are. This one is really important to me. It's probably not as popular with the staff on the street, but it's important to me and my administrative team. It's called Axon Signal, and this particular one is Axon Signal Sidearm. This means that every time a gun is taken out of a holster, all the cameras within 15 yards of that gun turn on, whether the deputy wanted it to or not. So right now, we can unholster our guns all day and not turn our body-worn cameras on, but with this Axon Signal Sidearm, so let's say that Highway Patrol also has Axon cameras, and Monterey County Sheriff is in here and they have them too, and we're all on one scene together and someone pulls their gun out, every camera within 15-yard circle turns on. So then if there's in essence, the thought process is, if a gun's coming out, cameras should probably be on. And if you're standing within 15 yards of that incident, why is your camera not on? So this automatically turns them on. It's a big deal for me.
Can I ask a question really quick? So are other agencies using this system?
Yes.
Okay.
The closest one to us that just went to this on a 10-year plan is King City Police Department.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And I can get you the stats, but San Jose Police Department's on this, Los Angeles Police Department. I mean, a lot of the larger agencies and smaller agencies are going to this platform because of the efficiencies and the way it talks to itself. So I kind of touched on Axon Records. Axon Records is a new records management system for anybody that's dealt with data entry. You know how time-consuming it is. Our deputy sheriffs end up becoming data entry clerks, and it takes up a ton of their time. They have to drive back to the office to input reports because the server is physically on county property. They cannot write from the cars. We just haven't figured that technology out here for some reason. They can't write from the cars. And so they have to come back to the office, which is inefficient. This cloud-based solution, they can write reports wherever there's internet. And it comes included with routers in the cars, the most modern Cradle Point routers that are Verizon operated. So they have, wherever you have cell phone coverage, you have access to write your reports. They can write reports out on the field. Or the San Juan substation, which right now we can't get into our servers to write from that computer. They'd be able to write reports at a substation. The other thing about Axon Records is it's powered by artificial intelligence, which sounds super scary to me, but they assure me it's a really cool thing. So basically what it does is the report writes itself based on the audio that's transcribed, and the deputy goes in there and cleans it up and makes sure that it makes sense. but everything is done. So if I go to a call and I pull my gun out and the camera's turned on, all of that metadata is captured and immediately put into Axon Records into their report. So in the report, there's no way to get around the fact that you pulled your gun out. It's going to be documented automatically. Then if they pull their taser out and they fire a taser darts into somebody and it's on camera, all that's going to be hyperlinked in the report. So when you get to that part where they deploy their taser, if you click on that, the video comes up and you can watch it. And that's great for court. It's great for discovery. It's great for the district attorney to have that. There's also a district attorney portal that will be free for our DA's office to be able to interface with this system. So that's one thing. I'm already going way too long. I'm sorry. We'll go faster. Axon evidence. I can tell you just briefly, the evidence system that we're using right now is antiquated and it's not safe and it's not okay. Another one that's big for me, two of these are big for me. Axon performance means that myself, my undersheriff, and my administrative staff, we get real-time reports integrated with our computer-aided dispatch system. So let me put it this way. If you're a deputy sheriff that's super active, so you have all these calls for service that you're responding to, but you have very limited camera activations, that's a problem. But it flags us for that. So we can go and audit that deputy and figure out why are they not turning their camera on or what are they not doing that they should be doing. Possibly it's for good reason, but it's just, it's an early warning system for us to make sure that we're following training, we're following policy and procedure, and we're being transparent. The other thing, Citizen for Communities, there will be, it's a lot, when I first brought this up years ago, it was like witchcraft when I was talking about it, but now it's pretty common. But you would have like a link or a QR code. So let's say we go to a crime scene and someone has cell phone camera or a Ring camera or video that none of our video integrates right now in our current system. So you give the person, if we go to a store, say 7-Eleven, and there was a crime there, we give them a link and they send their video to that link and it automatically puts it in the report. Anybody could do it, even if we didn't ask them for it. If someone is like, oh, because we all follow Facebook, right? So let's say someone sees something out on the street and they video it or they take a picture of it, they could then go into the Citizen portal and upload that into our system and it'll tag it for the case that was happening in that area at that time. So it's a way for the community to be able to give us more evidence, more photos, more videos in more real time that we don't have to go and ask for it. Some of this other stuff is risk management. Redaction assistant auto tagging. Redaction assistant means that it'll automatically, for public records requests, if we have to release video, it automatically redacts computer screens, phone screens, faces, license plates. But through AI, it automatically redacts all that, so we don't have to take time to do that. And it also will have redaction assistant for the text-generated reports as well. So it takes a lot of our staff time to do that right now. And if we do have a large case with a lot of our, public records requests, it's going to be an issue. Channel services just means that we can take any video, any pictures, any format from anyone, from Android, iPhone, someone's camera they bought at Costco. It all integrates into the system. Where right now, and I'll tell you, my former employer, we had such antiquated equipment there that we would go to Target and use the Target security system because it was so far advanced than what we had. But this takes all proprietary videos in and makes it work. So these numbers are outdated, but I'm not going to bore you with the videos about this. You can go and look at those. But basically, what my ask is of you today is to consider the officer safety plan. The other consideration that could be made, and then also for consideration, it's just as important, is the Axon fleet. So the fleet is the car cameras. To be honest with you, they're great. We have to have them. But if I had to put a value on one over the other, the body-worn camera has value over the car camera because very little happens at the car. So that I just separated that out as a different item that I would also like to pursue because it all integrates together, right? So you have your Signal firearm, your Signal holster. The only way it's going to light up all the car cameras is if it's all the same from the same ecosystem. And I'd rather now just, because I have a lot more notes, I'd rather just see if there's questions because I think it'd be easier. I'm a nerd with this stuff, so I get super excited about it, so I don't want to bore everybody. So we'll take questions.
What's the bottom line ask from us?
So I'd have to go into I didn't bring the item up with me. For the Officer Safety Plus for the 5-year, do you have it? I think it's
2.58.
That's for the 10-year. There's a 10-year Officer Safety Plan that's gets basically going to double the 5-year.
Let's say I'll give you the 5-year is 1.267.
Thank you.
Why don't we open it up to public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board for
Okay, sounds
questions.
good.
So, public comment?
Those in chambers, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Elia Salinas, thank you. Sheriff Taylor, that was a great presentation. I have a couple of questions, hopefully, that you might be able to answer. Instead of a 5-year plan, you can have a 10-year plan. And even with a 5-year plan, as technology improves, can you confirm that the equipment will be updated as technology improves? Or do you, aside from getting the tasers, what do you see as technology improving? Is the technology going to be given to you, or is that going to be an additional cost? Also, the total cost, is that 1.26 million per 5 years, or is that how I understand it? And then it goes up to 2 million? So if you were to get the 2 million, you're saving money and there's no additional cost of living increase to the company or anything like that. And one other question is there GPS for the deputies where they are at different times throughout the day? Do you have that already, or does this come with this technology? Also, one of the other questions that I wanted to ask was the source of funding. I believe that the Sheriff's Department should have 100% backed up the staff. I mean, the supervisors should be funding and helping the Sheriff's Department. We know that he's short-manded as it is, or short-womaned, sorry, apologies. So short staff. So if we were to hire more officers, you're going to have extra equipment, or is this based on just the staff you have now, aside from the 6 taser guns that you mentioned earlier? And is there any kind of I'm for the Board of Supervisors to take money out of the general fund to help for law enforcement, because that's one of the most important things, especially when you're down in South County. We don't have that many officers. So is there a way to get also grant money for this system? Thank you.
That's a lot of stuff in 3 minutes, Elia, so thank you. I tried to take notes. So currently, we do not have GPS tracking, but this would come with that. It actually tags, so like, let's say the signal firearm, wherever the deputy's standing at the time that they draw their firearm, it GPS tags that location pretty accurately. And so we also have GPS locations in all the cars. So the body-worn cameras are GPS enabled, the routers in the cars are GPS enabled, and the signal technology knows spatially where everybody is.
Hey,
As far as technology,
Sheriff Taylor, can we finish public comment and then we'll go back?
Oh,
and
yeah, so
respond?
I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. Do we have more public comment?
No further comments.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
no, keep me in line. That's what we're all here for. The next thing that I think was asked, or I don't know what order, but technology upgrades, I didn't really get into that too much. But so here's the thing with this is that every 2.5 years, we get brand new body-worn cameras included. Yes, we're paying for them up front, but everything that we get is under warranty through the life of the contract. And the body-worn cameras are refreshed every 2.5 years. A lot of that has to do with because of the batteries. So if we get 2.5 years down the road and they have a body 4 camera, we get those at no additional cost. If it comes out 5 years down the road as the Taser 11, then we're going to get the Taser 11s for the price we paid for the Taser 10s. So there are agencies that probably got in on this thing during the Taser X2 that by the end of it, they're going to get brand new Taser 10s. So they paid for antiquated technology, but at the end of their contract, they're being left with a fleet of modern equipment. So every 2.5 years, refreshing body cameras, every 5 years, refreshing the Tasers, and that's included. And if the technology upgrades, you automatically get that. The other nice thing is every single piece of equipment that we have is under warranty. So even if it breaks, then they replace it for us. I think you asked about additional staffing. No, I'm factoring this into the staffing that we have approved by the board right now. And so as we move forward, we could buy extra devices if we get it. That's going to be a great problem to have if I run out of Tasers. That means that I will have six bodies above what you've already allocated me, and we haven't filled that yet. So that's a great problem to have if we come to it, but we could buy them one at a time and incorporate them into this program. You asked about, Ellie asked about cost increases. Built in is a 4% year over year, 4% increase. But it's 4% of today's price. So again, that's where the cost savings would come in. And I'm not married to either the 5 or the 10. I do know that the overall cost, because it's such a big number to try to wrap our heads around, the overall cost of the 10-year program is actually much less expensive over time, but you're also committing yourself to that 10 years of that agreement with the company. And then grant money, absolutely, we're pursuing that. There's grant money. I know Supervisor Zanger pushed over some ideas in grant funding. Any grant funding that we were able to get, we could pay towards this program and pay. There's no prepayment penalty. So if we got a $100,000 body-worn camera grant, we can take that money, give it directly to Axon, and it knocks $100,000 off of our total. If we do that year after year after year to pay for this, then that revenue stream would pay for this program. And that's something that we are, the grant window for that one's just opening, and actually, Noe Magana from Benito Link just sent me another one from Department of Fish and Wildlife for restoration. So it's some other grant opportunities for us to bring some money in. And we're constantly looking at those options for grant funding. And I think that was all of them.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to the board. Who would like to start?
I can go first, Madam Chair.
Please.
Just on the first thing, the 10-year and 5-year, if we do support this, I would say the 10-year for me doesn't make sense because of technology changing so rapidly, and who knows where this company is going to be at in 5, 6, 7 years. My concern is that as good of a company as they sound now, in 7 years they could be the MySpace of body-worn cameras, and now we got this very low-level equipment. So for me, if we go down this road, I think 5 years would make sense. The grant option, appreciate Supervisor Zanger looking into that and providing that. My question on that was, would we, if we approved it today and then looked into the grants later, would we potentially be losing opportunities for grants if they don't allow, for instance, for a retroactive funding mechanism, I guess, is what I don't know if generally do grants allow for you to go back and, do you know what I'm saying as far as?
I know what you're saying. I think that if we did, if we just, for instance, if I stayed with the current company we have and I spent all the money to buy brand new cameras and brand new everything, I don't think we can then go get a grant and pay that back.
Right.
But this subscription program, it's a line item in each year's budget that needs to be approved. So honestly, if there's ever a time that line item didn't get approved, then that is the escape clause from this contract to where you can't fund it. So the way that they've built it, my understanding is that each year, whatever our payment is that year, is for that budget year. That's what the program costs us that year. If we had $1 million sitting around right now, we could just pay for it up front, and then for the next 4 to 5 years, we wouldn't have a payment. Or we can break it up and say, hey, we had a really good year this year. Let's, instead of $200,000 this year, let's put $400,000 towards it in case next year is not so great. So my understanding and what my honest belief is that if we are giving grant funding for a fiscal year for our body worn camera program, and we have this budget line item that's going to cost us this much, we can pay for that.
But this year is what I'm more referring to. If we approve the funding for this year, this may be ignorant, but I'm wondering if that would eliminate our opportunity to get grant funding for this year, as opposed to applying for the grant and then coming back potentially with funding, if that's the route that we went down, as far as just relying on grant funding.
Yeah, I don't know exactly.
Okay.
This year would not be a.
We wouldn't be able to use
cost
grant funding for this year, as it sounds like.
I wouldn't think we'd be able to anyway, because I already have money budgeted for this year.
Supervisor Curl?
So, Supervisor Kosmicki, I totally agree with your question on that. I will tell you, in my experience with government grants, whether they're federal or state, it really depends on the grant.
Sure.
Some do let you go retro. Some will let you go up to 2 years retro. Others are, like you're saying, future costs. So if it's in your budget, they let you. It really depends on the grant. So I think it's a tough question to answer until the grants are really researched. And I do really thank Supervisor Zanger for bringing grants into this. At the NACO conference, this was a very big topic about how much money is out there nationally, and all we have to do is improve things like this, and that money is there for the grabbing. It's like the low-lying fruit we talked about.
Great. And then, so generally, generally philosophically, I think we have to be really, and you alluded to this at the beginning with timing, I think we have to be really careful about major budget adjustments to the general fund. There are exceptions. We just had an exception with the storm, obviously. But I don't think that should be necessarily a common sort of practice for the board. That said, this does sound like something that there's some level of urgency here. And so when I was asking and looking into funding options for this, you mentioned if there's potentially funding around. I was told that we could potentially look at using the Community Corrections Partnership funding allotment, which right now I was told was $12 million. So that would be something that I would like to look at as potentially, instead of using the general fund money is, if there's any way of not using general fund, I'm always going to lean toward the other option, and I would like us to look into the CCP as whether we could use that for this. And I think you'd have to go to the CCP to potentially get an approval from them, is my understanding.
Yeah, just real quick on that,
yeah.
Supervisor. If it's one thing that I enjoy, and our probation chief is here, so earmuffs, chief, I don't have a problem going to the CCP to ask for money, because I think that this is the type of thing that it should be used for. My goal, and what I will tell you, is that this program, I don't want to seem like I'm taking an out here to say it's not the intent to increase the general fund, but honestly, with grant funding, with money we already budget each year for this for programs like this, it's already $100,000 in my budget. With CCP, and though controversial potentially, I'm going to lean heavily on a decision or an opinion from our retired Superior Court Judge Sanders that impact fees would be in play as well. I know that there's discussion about expansion. The opinion that I have is that has to do with facilities that are built to stand for 100 years, but it does not apply to equipment that has an end life. So I would continue to pursue that as well, to go into the Sheriff's Office impact fees to expand these programs and expand the technology for this community. I think that's what impact fees are for. But I'm open to any of those things, so we don't take more from the general fund that's not there, to be honest with you.
So what I'm getting at is I would support it if we take that step to go to the CCP and at least explore that option. I would support going that direction before we necessarily approve a general fund allotment. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
To respond to your CCP, when you start attending the meetings, you'll see that it's a coalition, and as a supervisor, you're going to be a participant of the discussion, but you don't get a vote. And so it will be the departments, the courts, probation, the DA's office, the sheriff's office will be making decisions. And I've sat in their discussions for funding, and they're very prudent. And so I would suggest that conversation be held, but I wouldn't hold my breath on it. expect them to fund this. I tend to agree with Elia Salinas and her comment that as supervisors, it's incumbent upon the Board of Supervisors to maintain the health and safety of the community. You are the arm extension of that, and I would support the 10-year. I'm more get the most bang for your buck kind of a person. When I shop, I think more long-term. And I disagree with you about your comment about the MySpace comment. I think that this entity looks like that they have the ability to carry us through to the 10-year plan, and I want to make sure that, especially in terms of evidence, the body camera, I want the San Benito County to be able to be as effective as possible, because again, body cams are necessary. We've seen that through the years, through all the various footage of cameras not being there, and so we can't allow the county to be in a position where we don't have that at our disposal. So are you asking us today, because I'm looking at the staff recommendation, are you asking us to bring this conversation back with specific contract amounts? I would like to go out, I have to hear the rest of the conversation, but I would like to suggest and lean toward a 10-year and bring you back for a specific date. So what exactly do you want from this board today?
I would like to move forward with the officer safety plan in either the 5 or 10-year option. I do believe that the 10-year option will save us money. I will tell you, on the side of the company Axon, I have been associated with that company for a long time. I've been a taser instructor for almost my entire career. And I know, I've watched the company grow. I know the staff there, and I've actually know the 2 brothers that founded the company. From 1996 till today, it's continuing to grow, and it really is the most forward-thinking with this type of technology that exists out there, and they continue to impress and innovate and bring in other companies. They're one of the first ones that were able to integrate video from all formats into one system. It's a very rare thing that they're able to do. So I'm comfortable with the company going out into further time periods, especially knowing that there's clauses that have outs, and also that I do have a trust in the leadership of that organization, because I think they're ethical people. That's just my opinion. And so my ask is my real ask is to do the officer safety plan. I would also like to come back and look at also implementing the Axon fleet. That's a separate standalone system that cannot be part of the officer safety plan. I think that, again, impact fees, grants, ARPA funding, those type of things can be looked at to offset these costs. That's a one-time cost. But again, it could be broken up over 5 years if we want to. But yeah, my ask really is to give us direction to come back to you with an agreement from the company, either a 5-year agreement, a 10-year agreement, and or the fleet agreement as well.
Okay. And I appreciate that this system has that GPS capability just for accountability, knowing where deputies are at all times. And I'm very much for the officer safety plan. So I would support this. I'll defer to the board, but I would support this with the 10-year plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. So few things. I just want to say, with the particular grant that I brought up, I pulled it up while Supervisor Kosmicki was asking questions, and frankly, I can't read fast enough. I couldn't find whether or not we could get that retroactively or not, so I don't know about that one. Couple questions about things. So, like the old equipment, like old tasers, what happens to all of that?
We get a credit by turning it back in. It's called TAP, the Taser Insurance Plan. So actually money came off of the overall cost because we'll be turning those devices back in.
Okay. And just in general, so all of this seems it's part of the transparency, movement with law enforcement in the country and whatnot. I know this was first on the agenda after the Tyree Nichols incident. Is this related? Is that where this comes from?
I think it's all intertwined, to be honest with you. So I think after seeing that incident and knowing that my staff had brought to me the concerns that our cameras are failing, it doesn't sit well with me. I can't have that, you know, and so I needed to come to the board as quickly as possible to make sure that we were at least moving in the right direction. So, you know, God forbid something ever goes sideways out there on the street or in our custody, that we don't have it adequately captured because I failed as the leader of the office to bring it to everyone's attention that these things are substandard and we need new ones. And so that's what keeps me up at night, to be honest with you, is knowing that I know this information and the only thing I can do is come and ask for help. Otherwise, I think I'm putting us all at risk.
Right. I appreciate that. And on that note, with transparency and everything from the office, does your office keep demographic data on encounters and use of force and crime and all that? And if so, could that be made public for transparency interests?
Yeah, well, to be honest, this would make it a lot easier because right now I'm having to hand count. I personally sit in my office, print out all of the calls, and hand count each one to get our numbers because our system doesn't produce those reports. It's tedious, but this would make it very easy. But we are now legally required to document every single encounter that we have with racial, demographics, age, reason for stop. It's called RIPA. And so we actually have a separate platform for that. But so yes, that data is mined and it can be reproduced. And I just added to our website a transparency portal that's lacking right now. It's got our policy on there, really. But the idea is to have a transparency portal on our website so that people can go get real-time information and it can be generated from the system.
Okay, so that data would be in that portal eventually?
Correct.
Okay, and then is this sort of an all or nothing program? Could you pick and choose certain parts of the suite that we could get, or is it all?
Can.
Okay.
It's actually listed in the stat, so it's way more expensive if you were to do an a la carte option. That's inaccurate. It's more expensive if I wanted to get everything on the a la carte option, but it also, I guess, knowing that I have a deficiency in my records management system, deficiency in my evidence system, a deficiency in integrating evidence, and deficiency in, I mean, our tasers are okay right now, but we're replacing them one at a time at about $2,500 a piece. They're not under warranty anymore. The other thing that I didn't bring up, but also everything with training is included in here. So cartridges cost about $50 to $70 a piece. So if I put somebody through training and they fire 5 cartridges for 60 people a couple times a year, it gets really expensive. This is all included.
So it costs $50 to
Yep.
tase someone?
Absolutely.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
So I just think that the honest answer is absolutely, I could just buy cameras for less than $1.2 million, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
I could just buy a records management system. I could just buy this over there. But in the end, we're going to pay more because we're going to need to replace these systems and they're not going to talk to each other. And at the end, it's going to be more expensive. So that's kind of the intent of this, is that everything talks to each other. It's all integrated. It's easy to mine data. It's good for transparency. It's cloud-based, redundant, safe, secure, and in the end, it's cheaper, which I think is part of our duty as well to get more bang for our buck.
Right. And so just for understanding with the feature, I forget what it's called, but it turns the cameras on automatically
Signal.
just from an outside perspective, it seems, is that odd to not just turn it on yourself? Is that difficult at times? Is that,
You know what? With the newer deputies, it's not odd because they've trained from day one to do it. With some people that come here from agencies that don't have cameras, it happens where they don't turn them on. It can happen to where something unfolds in front of you really quickly and you tap your camera, but you didn't tap it hard enough. So with I focused on the Axon sidearm signal technology, but all of the solutions that we talked about, the taser weapon system, the body-worn cameras, and the signal sidearm, and the car cameras, they all have signal technology. So if any one of those things is turned on by anybody, they all turn on. So if I get out of the car and I activate my body-worn camera, I don't take my gun out, but I turn my camera on and you're there too, it turns your camera on too, whether you wanted it to or not. And then the car that's parked over there on the street, it turns that camera on too. So it's really a way of getting all the angles, as many angles and cameras as you can, automatically.
Okay. And as far as the 5 versus 10 year, I'm too young to understand the MySpace reference, but but I'll just say 10 seems like a really big commitment for me. And if I'm understanding this correctly, it's not like we're actually getting like a bulk buy discount. It's just it'd be cheaper in the sense that technology would get more expensive, right? So we're just beating inflation by buying the 10 year, or are we getting a discount?
So two ways. It's inflation because you're 4%. I mean, I guess that could backfire too, right? It can go up 0% and then we're locked into 4, right? However, the thought process is just like with our cell phones, how rapidly, trust me, my kids get embarrassed if they don't have the like brand new iPhone, right? Because theirs is a 12, not a 14. So technology goes so fast, and it's always changing. So we're always going to have the modern, best technology throughout the life of the agreement, whether it's 5 or 10 years. But we paid for the technology today. So it could be that we go through another pandemic and prices for circuits go through the roof again. And now cameras don't cost $500, they cost $1,000. Then we're replacing at a higher rate. So it locks you into today's prices with that 4% each year. But it also, the other way would be if you're just replacing them as you go, whatever the retail value is that day is what you're paying. It's going to go up. So
Right.
It's cost savings in both regards.
Okay, I understand. Okay, I got it. And you said I was a little confused with your experience with the company. We don't have any of their equipment right now, right? You don't.
We
have,
do.
We
have
do
some
have
of their,
it?
yeah, we carry tasers right now.
Okay, they're tasers. That's
Yeah.
it though.
Yeah.
Okay, and you like the company?
Love it.
Okay. And then if I know Supervisor Kosmicki brought up was it CCP? Is that the acronym I'm getting right? Supervisor Gonzalez, you don't think that's going to work out well. Is that, is that?
Well, it's going to be a coalition of those that are involved in law enforcement currently, and they do have funds. We are right. You know, their tech is right here, the one who handles the funds and gives the reports. So, you know, if you care to share, I don't want to put words in your mouth, or Chief Frontella. It's a coalition. The Community Correction Partnership is a coalition, and they're utilizing those funds that are going to benefit the community. And granted, what he is saying sounds like it's a great idea. I don't want to make this item contingent upon that decision where there's other avenues for funding possible.
Right.
So I'll let Chief Frontella speak on his own behalf.
Yes, I appreciate the opportunity to talk about Community Corrections Partnership here that we have. Actually, the money that we have is more along the lines of $8 million. And it's not just we have $8 million and we can just spend that money. We have allocated positions and things that are going to have to pay, which is good in the sense of if we keep getting monies coming in on AB 109, but that may not be the case. So there's some thought process that this is not money that's just continuously ongoing. So we have to bear in mind that we have already set up a lot of that money to be spent. So it's not like we just have $8 million sitting out there in the middle of nowhere. And we could go into that in further detail, probably at a different time, unless you really want to have it right now. We just don't have the information here with us today. We weren't prepared for that.
Thanks.
If I could just jump in on that real quick, I think like what I'm willing to, and this is what I'm understanding, Supervisor Kosmicki, we can look at different funding options, not just in all eggs in one basket. So I'm happy to go and work with the CCP to see what kind of funding they can help with this. It's probably not going to be all of it, but it could definitely be some of it. And then if we get some grant funding, we get CCP money, impact fees, whatever we can bring in on the revenue side to help offset this, I think is maybe what we're.
Yeah, but I also, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I also wonder if we gave an approval and said just go out and find those options, then there really wouldn't be any motivation on their part to necessarily. They know that we're going to get it from the general fund if it's kind of a backfall. So
I think there's motivation on my part because I'm going to lose something to pay for this.
Yeah, I hear you.
Right? So
Yeah.
I'm motivated to
Yeah.
find money
Right.
outside of the general fund
Got it.
because
Understood.
I'm not under the impression that you're just going to give me extra money. I'm working in the budget that you've already given me. So if that means I have to lose something to get this, then that's going to have to happen.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I just want to finish and say I'm personally not comfortable with the 10-year. We're in strange times. I don't know what's going to happen, with everything. I don't know if it's necessarily wise to commit to something like that. So that's pretty much it.
Supervisor Curro?
Thank you for your presentation. I am a super geek when it comes to technology. I'm sorry, I had way too much fun in DC, a whole day with nothing but tech people. It was awesome. I will tell you, my experience is the efficiencies. You really don't realize how much time it takes until you bring this technology in, and all of a sudden you're like, wow, we have so much more staff time available to do things. So I'm a big supporter of this type of technology. I do have a couple of questions. Number one, we've already talked about funding. I am supportive, but I am going to lean with Supervisor Kosmicki on we need to stay away from the general fund as much as possible. And I know that there is some ARPA funding. There's some. Do you have? In my former life, I had earmarked funds that were for specific things, and they were collected through fees. Do you have like restricted funds that are for this type of purchase, like trust funds?
So I really like operating in gray areas, which drives some of, I'm sure it drives Barbara crazy and other people, but we have things like inmate welfare funds that I think that I would argue that it is for the welfare of the inmates to have cameras recording inside of the facility. But they're restricted funds like that I think we can look at, and I'm happy to do that. I think impact fees would be the biggest one. That's like it's an income stream that's whatever way the wind's blowing that day is what opinion you're going to get on whether you can use it or not. It seems to be like we have these sheriff's impact fees, but you can never use them. And so it's a frustration.
Yeah. Having restricted trust accounts, having that same argument, and not just because I want to use them, but because I don't want them used for things that they are not intended for.
Correct.
So I completely understand where
That's
you're
where I
coming
have to lean
from.
on Kelly Kennedy. Keeps me straight because she's great.
I have a lot of faith in Kelly. She will do great finding the money. I'm just very much leaning towards keeping out of the general fund as much as possible. When it comes to the bid process, I don't see anything here showing. Is this a sole source provider? Did we do 3 quotes?
It's a sole source provider.
Did you piggyback on another county?
No, but it's a sole source documentation is on the agenda item.
Okay.
Based on the way the technology works, that's what, if you look at other agencies that have gone with it, they've used the sole source justification.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of sole source. Even when we replace the voting equipment, I feel like the competitive bidding process is a better, more transparent option, and it shows the community and the public that we are looking at other options. We're not just going with one. Okay, I don't want to forget about none of this really addresses, this great technology addresses our communication issue in South County. None of this, we have a definite communication when deputies are in South County. There's nothing in this that helps that, right? I just don't want to lose that.
No, there's nothing in
topic.
this that's related to communications other than I will tell you that where there's cellular service, there's a connection to our office, which is better than what we have in our communications right now.
Okay. Communications is a major priority in South County for me, not only with the deputies, but with the residents being able to have not just broadband, but cell reception. It's a necessary thing, and I'm assuming this equipment wouldn't work in South County without some sort of cell reception.
It's all based on cellular telephones.
Yeah, so this is really the populated area which is where the majority of issues happen. I know I can't fix the South County overnight, but I don't want to lose that fight. I'm going to keep fighting for that. When it comes to the 5-year or the 10-year, knowing how companies like this work, in my experience, 5 years goes by really, really fast. And if we get a better bang for our buck in a 10-year, and knowing that we have the ability to stop it at any time, we just return everything. If other technology, I could go either way. I could do the 5 or the 10. So I'm open either way. But in my experience, it goes by so fast. It's like an election cycle. All of a sudden, your 5 years is up, and
The 10-year thing is a brand new thing they're offering. The first one that I saw to go with it was King City, just in South Monterey County. And Ray and I talked about it a little bit because it's not common, but I didn't feel comfortable leaving it off, knowing that there's a cost savings at the end of it. I didn't want to mislead you and act like the 5-year was the end all.
yeah. Okay, those are all my questions or comments.
Thank you. Okay, so I think that safety is paramount for our community. I think keeping our officers safe and keeping our community as safe is so incredibly important. And I appreciate a lot of things that this technology is going to bring, some of that automatic documentation. Now, with the plans, with the 5-year and the 10-year, is there any difference in the package, or are they exactly the same?
It's exactly the same. It's just taking the costs out 10 years. And then you're going to see it even a little higher because that's that 4% built-in increase.
Because I see the savings is like 317,000 and some change.
Correct.
So okay, so even with whether we go 5-year or 10-year, it includes all of the training and the de-escalation, and all of that training is included.
Yeah, that's one thing that we didn't touch on yet, but it also comes with virtual reality empathy training. We'll get a system for our deputies. I've used it. It's absolutely incredible. Quick overview, you go through a virtual reality scenario one was schizophrenia. So you go through the scenario as the officer, you go through the scenario as the parent, and you go through the scenario as the person suffering from schizophrenia. It's the exact same virtual scenario you're walking through, but when you're the officer and you're giving your commands and the person's not complying, then it puts you in the person suffering from schizophrenia, and you can't hear the officer's commands because there's voices talking to you. It's an incredible training that they've developed, and it's included in this plan. So all of the training for the TASER devices, the empathy training, the virtual reality training, the training suits, the training materials, the implementation of the program, it's all included in this package. Whether we go 5 or 10 years, it's included.
Okay, thank you. Would it be compatible with like Hollister Police Department's communications?
Not currently.
But they would be able to upload in the same way that like citizens could, right? If they had.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
it would benefit.
So it could kind of
benefit us, right? Because we could take in all of their stuff.
Okay.
I love working with people, so I would give them as much as I can possibly give them from the system.
Okay.
And it would also help our DA's office too.
Okay, awesome. And then just kind of confirming, you did say this is coming out of your sheriff's budget, right? And so, I mean, I think I heard you say that for year one and even looking to the future, you're kind of looking as this is, you're not asking right now at this time for it to come out of the general fund. You're saying you're committed to finding ways to fund this.
Absolutely.
Am I understanding that correctly? Yeah.
That's
okay.
Absolutely correct. I mean, sure, if we come into a windfall of money, I might change my mind on that.
Right.
As we go through the budget process, but I'm not trying to set the board up and say, give this to me right now and I'm going to try to get you on the back end next year. Honestly, what we are going to do is work this into our budget that you give us each year. We're going to work this into the budget.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you bringing this forward and looking out for our community and looking out for your team. I would be in support of the 10-year. So I guess at this point, what is the will of the board?
Madam Chair, I had just a couple follow-up real quick. There's some confusion over the CCP. I've just got the document sent over to me. It is, I've been told, and I see the itemized amount that it's $11.275 million. So I don't know what the difference is there. If we do get into, again, to the discussion about potentially sending this to CCP, I think we need to clear that up. That's that's a big dollar amount difference. So I know we're putting you on the spot, and this is not why you were probably here.
We can bring.
Can we put this as maybe a future agenda item? I know that I sit on that committee
Staff
as well
can-
as I believe Supervisor Kosmicki is on that committee as well.
Yeah,
So maybe
staff-
we can future
yeah,
bring
yeah,
this
future,
kind of back,
and I
that
think
item.
we can also put that item on the CCP agenda, and we can discuss that with the CCP, and then bring it back.
Okay,
forward.
thank you.
Okay, but and also just to clarify, if we did approve for 22, 23, we would essentially be committing to the general fund this year, and then you would go look for, and that's not my preference. My preference is to go to the CCP first and then potentially come back, answer some of these questions that we have today. I also, the lack of an RFP, I know you have trust in this, but I tend to heavily lean toward RFP, and that would be something that I don't know if we can do that in a relatively quick manner, or at least survey some other companies to find out what comparisons there might be.
So I can tell you, like, time is of the essence, and I'm not trying to circumvent the process here, but there is not another company that offers what they offer. There's just not. In the way that it's offered, in the suite that it comes in, and the way it talks to each other, the way it's just, I know we're on our second records management system since I've been here. I also did 2 different records management systems at my old office. I know what records management systems are out there, and there is no other conducted energy weapon out there like the taser. And the camera technologies are all across the board, but they don't talk to each other. So I'm very comfortable, for me, and that's just my opinion, I'm very comfortable in the sole source, because there is nobody that offers this. You're just not going to get it. You can put out an RFP, and they're not going to. If this is what we're asking for, these things that talk to each other and it to integrate, you're not going to get a response.
Okay, yeah, great. That was all. I would hope that we took a few weeks already. It was on an agenda a few weeks ago. I'm hopeful that we can at least go another few, send it to CCP and see if they'll potentially fund it. That's my preference. Thank you.
Supervisor Curl?
Did King City or any of the other jurisdictions that are utilizing this company, did they do an RFP process? I mean, that would make me feel better, is knowing that someone went through an RFP, or just 3 quotes.
The ones I've seen did a sole source.
They just did sole source. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
I just had one question and just clarification. Are these funds coming from the general fund, or is it coming from your department budget?
Well, I think that's a matter of semantics. So, I mean, clearly we're funded by the general fund. So in essence, it does come from the general fund. My commitment to the board, though, is as we move forward, clearly if there's budget cuts next year, then we're going to have to figure out a way to fit this into our cut budget. My intent is not to come back here next year and say, well, I have this extra $100,000 I need to come up with each year, so I need you to augment my budget by $100,000 going forward. The understanding of my staff is that, again, we may have to give up something to get this as we go forward into further budget years. We all know we need a lot of stuff. We need staff, we need equipment, we need stuff. But maybe this, for the next 5 years, we're locked into not asking for stuff like this, or positions. It's horrible, but I'll tell you what, kind of what Supervisor Curo said, this is going to free up staff time. This is going to keep deputies out of the office and put them on the street where they need to be. And it's hard to quantify that, but it's going to free up staff time. So maybe it is reasonable to give up a position for it.
Yeah, well, as a result, then the community benefits, because then you have the availability where deputies are in the field and able to do the job that they need to do, as opposed to being in the office trying to write a report. I just wanted the clarification, because I keep hearing the general fund, and that's not necessarily what you're asking us to tap the general fund right now. It's your department that comes from the general fund, but your department is looking at the expense and the expenditure.
Yeah, I'm looking to absorb this into the budget that I've been given and not ask for extra money for this.
Thank you.
And does that, I think, to go back to Supervisor Kosmicki's question, is there any funding additionally that you're looking from this year's budget from the general fund?
No.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Zenger?
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'm just wondering what the timeline would be like if we tried to check in on the CCP situation, because that makes sense to me to go that route first, and then if that's not going to work, then we can talk about it. But is that not a functional possibility for some reason?
I don't know when does CCP meet?
When's your next meeting?
I think it was going to be the beginning of April, but we could make it towards the end of March. We could do that.
We do a special meeting? Sorry, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Can we do it sooner?
So in
For the
March,
next board?
I'll work with our chief probation officer on that.
I guess I don't quite understand why we're going to delay making some of this when time is of the essence and it's not hitting they're not looking for funds today from the general fund or even moving forward. They're saying it's coming from their budget. And so if CCP comes back at the end of March or in April or in May and says, hey, we're willing to put in, $100,000 a year to fund this program, then how does that affect our decision today necessarily?
It doesn't.
Well, why is the time constraint? Is it just because
If we had a tragedy, if something happened this afternoon and we don't take action on this, it's a real problem.
Right.
That's the time sensitiveness, is that right now we're teetering on, if there was a tragedy, it would be horrible if there was no body cam footage or things of that sort. So it is time sensitive.
I get that, but I mean, if we're just going down that way, we could just say then everything about the whole office is time sensitive.
100%. So we have a responsibility to think of the safety of the community. Sorry,
right, but
I
we're
don't.
not just. It's not like they have a blank
Can we
check,
just call
though.
for the vote?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Oh, CAO Espinosa.
I was just for a point of clarity. So I think the way what has been discussed is that the sound of it, just make sure we're on the same mindset here, is that today there's no additional general fund withdrawal, but in the future it could be if we added positions and did other things, there definitely would be an increase of a requirement from the general fund to pay for this over and beyond, because the amount of money for next year is greater than what it is this year, which has been budgeted. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that. So that's it.
It seems to me, though, we have no option and that we have to do something. So whether it's replacing these body cams that we already have that then doesn't have the technology to all communicate, it just seems like this is the responsible thing to do for our community. And it sounds like it's going to make the officers more efficient in the way they're reporting things and getting all of that. So hopefully there'll be more time to be doing other things. And I think it's important that they're out on the street. So to me, this just seems like it makes it more efficient. So what is the will of the board? Somebody want to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we send this to the Community Corrections Partnership to see if there's a willingness to fund the recommended options presented.
Do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
I'll make a motion that we go ahead and look to the 10-year plan and bring this back for an action item.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, 4-1, that passes. Thank you. I'd like to request a 10-minute break, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I feel like they're
2.3, Office of Emergency Services, we're going to receive the latest storm update from the Office of Emergency Services, Public Works, and the Ag Commissioner's Office, as well as discuss Pacheco Creek Storm Water District. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Good morning. Second the time. So thank you for having me today. I would like to share a little bit about who OES is and what we do before we get started into the presentation. So OES coordinates and facilitates the overall county response to disasters. We notify appropriate agencies when disaster strikes. We coordinate all the agencies that respond. We ensure resources are available and ready to deploy. We develop written plans and procedures for response to and recover from disasters. We develop and provide preparedness materials for public. We work in cooperative efforts with other governmental agencies such as fire, EMS, state and federal agencies, utilities, private industry, volunteer groups, nonprofits, and faith-based organizations. We manage and staff the EOC, which is the Emergency Operations Center, and we are a mandated agency through the state of California. Some highlights since the last update: we hosted the Local Assistance Center, and we received a notification from the U.S. Department of Ag that the emergency loan program for both crop and physical agricultural losses was approved. And we hosted the applicants workshop on a week ago Friday with FEMA and Cal OES, and provided eligibility information and reporting requirements to counties, cities, and the nonprofits. We also distributed 70 emergency buckets of cleaning supplies that we received through Church World Services, and they have been distributed through the community pantry. They looked like the Home Depot kind of buckets, and they were filled with all sorts of cleaning supplies. So other significant highlights: the county organized debris removal opportunities for those impacted by the storms. We received approval, or you approved last week, to purchase RVs to extend the housing for those in need. We are initiating an online educational program for all county staff, and those requirements will vary based on responsibilities for those in the Emergency Operations Center, but they will be offered to new hires to take during orientation, and then current employees will have several months to complete. Training will be offered on disaster service workers also. There seem to be, it's always good to clarify after they receive their oath of office when they're hired, just to refresh them on what that process is. We, at the request of the board, are interviewing consultant groups to assist with the recovery of paperwork and documentation for the storm, and also looking at a third-party vendor to support the after-action report. It is likely reimbursable through FEMA, and we are working on quotes that are fiscally responsible. We continue to vet the information that we are placing on our county website, and all state and federal resources that we have qualified for have been announced to date. This states that we were not approved or denied yet for individual assistance. However, Friday night, we did receive our letter from FEMA letting us know that we did not qualify for financial individual assistance. And I have that letter if you have not received a copy. We have cross-referenced all parcels through addresses to all parcels that we've personally visited on Lovers Lane, San Felipe, Fry Road, and Fairview, to those of the assessor's office. So we are cross-referencing everything to ensure that we have not missed any properties. I don't know what it did, but now it won't go anywhere. Thank you. Okay, I will read. Let's see, in addition to the estimates that were provided by FEMA, we provided drone footage to them and engineering reports. We met with the recovery sector, and that went well into the night, helping qualify for all the PA that we did receive, which we're very excited about. And that is a huge success for the county because it's at a 100% recovery in all categories, which includes overtime for those departments that did have overtime. We received notification from FEMA there was a request from the board to have them present for a meeting. They will meet with us to discuss their programs, but they will not meet to discuss the denial or approval process. So as a result, they denied our request to speak at this meeting. We are happy to answer any questions we can with Cal OES and FEMA and proceed as best we can. So I'm available for questions, and then we have Steve and Ken from Ag, if you'd like them to continue. And
So,
then,
yeah, we'll just have them
Yes,
continue.
please.
Okay.
Yeah.
excuse me.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. CAO and County Council, good morning. Just a quick update from Ag, our job really as the Ag Department is to facilitate the disaster declaration with Ag. So we all know this happens very quickly, but we reached out to as many farmers and ranchers as we could along the way. With us coming up with that number, the presidential disaster declaration was declared. Originally it was that we were a contiguous county, which wouldn't mean all funding, or emergency sources were available to farmers and ranchers affected. But then thereafter, Chris was speaking of a letter we got on February 13th. I think you're all included, that we're a primary county. So with that being said, at this point in time, whether it's emergency or different faucets of loss associated with the disaster, those monies by statute are available. That kind of takes it out of the Ag Commissioner's hands. That's now all facilitated through FSA. I've had a quick meeting with Alejandro and Amy there. They have professional people. By appointment only would be great. Also, you could reach out to our staff. We launched a survey poll out to the 450 contacts we had to come up with a number, because we'll be tracking that throughout in Ag since we're primarily a vegetable county. I'll jump around here just saying that, our farm workers weren't necessarily really affected. That's just because the farm worker labor source is not currently in the county. They're still yet to come up for the season, or the crews that are pruning trees and vines and what have yous, they were able to keep going with a couple days off here or there, but plus opportunity for overtime for some cleanup, which worked out very good for our local source of labor. But that being said, ours was more of a projected, we're a big industry. We're a $400 million gross farm gate value a year. And when you run water over a field, it's actually out of my realm of jurisdiction, but the Food and Drug Administration, Cal Leafy Greens, they're going to want to test those fields. They're going to want to test those wells. So the projection loss is still high in the air. They haven't even started the test because a lot of the fields didn't dry out enough to get in. Now we've had more rain. So with that being said, I can take any questions that anybody has and give you what I know or lead you in the right direction.
I think we'll wait for questions until the end. If we can have
Very good.
Steve maybe go up now. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, Supervisors and Madam Chair. So this will basically just be kind of a verbal update to the presentation that was provided during the last board meeting. And we'll focus on 3 updates. One that Chris briefly mentioned, in addition to the previous curbside pickups that occurred on 3 previous Saturdays, as well as the 6 dumpsters, I believe the large dumpsters, we're also scheduling 2 additional Saturday curbside pickups, and we'll notify the residents in that area. That will occur during the month of March, but we're still coordinating that with Recology, our service provider. So we were driving out there the other day. We noticed there's still several piles of debris, and so we'll have 2 more curbside pickups, which basically means the residents push their debris to the roadway shoulder, and then we have folks that come by and pick that up. Second update that we've been learning about, and even learned a little bit more last night from Supervisor Zanger, regards the existing reservoir, Pacheco Creek Reservoir, and the new expanded reservoir that's going to be built adjacent to that. So, as we mentioned previously, that project currently has about $500 million of funding. However, we also learned that it sounds like that project is going to receive its full $2.5 billion of funding, and I think that's still in the works, but that's, very encouraging, because essentially that watershed is, depending on how you view it, it's a third to a half of the whole watershed that drains into Pacheco Creek. And so that project, I think, will help our efforts quite a bit to mitigate the flows that eventually drain towards our county and into Pacheco Creek. So that's encouraging news. And then lastly, as a couple of the supervisors mentioned, we had a really productive meeting last night with approximately 50 residents from around Lover's Lane. And with help of all of our staff, we are engaging with the Pacheco Stormwater District, which is a district that hasn't been active for a while, and fortunately it has jurisdictional rights over the Pacheco Creek and levee area. I think it was created by farmers decades ago, and so we're reactivating that district. And so the board will be having a special meeting on March 9th to nominate board of directors for that district. And I verified this morning with Cal OES that district, when those directors make a declaration, they can request public assistance that will be presented to both FEMA and the state to request funding to repair the levees in the creek. It doesn't guarantee they'll approve that request, but the good news is they'll acknowledge that request and consider the request to accommodate the improvements to the levee in the creek. Kind of like all of our other improvements, we have to submit lists, and then FEMA and the state and Army Corps, actually, they review those lists and they tell us, okay, approved or not. But the good news is that that's moving forward. It's on a very short timeline, so we appreciate everyone's efforts to move that forward. And I'll pause there. So.
Thank you so much for all of those reports and all of the effort you guys have been doing, kind of weathering and going through this storm. I'm going to open it up to public comment right now.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to do one final comment on some of the work related to that. I want to thank Health and Human Services, Enrique, and his team. Last week, we actually were able to go through the process and purchase 11 trailers, and we finalized the paperwork yesterday. So they will be delivering them this week. And I want to thank RMA and Public Works and their team. They're going to be working with those folks on setting them up. So we should have them set up for the most part in the next couple of weeks. And wanted to just thank staff for all the hard work, and thank the board as well for moving forward with that. We will be coming back to the board to address the ARPA and potential funding that we could use to cover some of those costs. So with that, I do know that we've been discussing kind of a ribbon cutting ceremony when that happens. So we'll probably do something, inform the board when it gets closer, as well as the public. So with that, I just wanted to highlight that for the board.
Thank you, and thank you as well to you for helping to implement. And I know it's been taking you all over the place trying to get these things done and expedited, so thank you. Okay, so now public comment, please.
Those in chambers, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen.
Give me 1 second. You can bring it up.
Yarani Alfaro Jones.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for having this meeting. A few questions I have. Can we, as the public, be fully informed why FEMA will not be funding or helping individual assistance? And also, in regards to the Water District Board that we all just, got together to put efforts into helping the community and the board so that we can work together to find a solution to this historical problem. If we're working so hard to find other means for public assistance, why are we not doing the same for the individual families? Because we suffered a lot. Our family, my family, has lost everything. And I'm not the only one. We have farm workers, we have everything. I appreciate the efforts of getting those trailers. However, once these families are then, they fulfill their time in those trailers and they move on with their lives, those trailers are gonna be in your guys' possession. So again, the community, what's given back to the community that's actually permanent, a solution. And also a question was in regards to, I'm losing my train of thought here. Oh my goodness, the time isn't like clicking in my head. The last thing you said was
The Board of Directors
The-
on March 9th.
no, it wasn't that one. Oh my goodness, I'm losing. I will email it to you guys because I know it'll come to me. But yes, those are the questions as to why are we not getting any FEMA funding? And why is FEMA not wanting to speak up about it? Like, why? We had 50 families yesterday at the board, at the water district, homeowners, because there's I remembered. The 100-year of farmers that made this guideline as to what the district falls into. I think we have moved on from 100 years, and our technology, our sheriff department is trying to move forward with our technology these days. I think our county should be doing the same and making sure that our databases is correct in updating these lines. And yesterday's problem was that we only had to have 3 people, and 2 people had to step down because they didn't fall in this line, but they were willing to help. So we should take that into consideration in refocusing that map. Thank you.
Amanda Bonilla.
Good morning. I am a resident from Lovers Lane, and I do want to thank all the organizations that have helped us with the transition of displacing us to the migrant housing and the approval for the trailers. It's a lot of help. Oh, it's okay. That really helps all the families that don't have anywhere to go. And I know that you guys are very understanding that we are going through an emotional state. We are very stressed because we don't know what's going to happen. Even if with the approval of the trailers, we have to think about if the places where we were currently living, if it's going to be ready or not by the time that we have to transition over. I just want to make it clear that we are very grateful, but if you guys could continue to help us in any way, and as she had mentioned, if we could get answers of why we can't get any of the funding. I know it's maybe not directly from you guys, and it's a FEMA thing that we have to get notification or clarification for us because we don't understand. We did lose everything, and we have to start from the bottom up. Even if it's whatever, we lost a lot of things, and it's not just me, it's a lot of other families as well. But I am thankful, and I appreciate everything that all the organizations have done for us. And if there's anything else that you guys could continue to do for us, we would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Maria?
Buenos días, mi nombre es María Inés Catalán y soy una de las familias evacuadas del Lover Lane. Mi domicilio era 8631 y ahorita estamos en las casitas del programa migrante. Y mi pregunta sería del proyecto que está sobre las ARVIs. Si solo son 11, ¿quién va a ser las personas que van a seleccionar las familias que van a ser ubicadas en esas ARVIs? Lo que no nos gustaría es que hubiera personas y familias que en verdad necesitan, como lo que pasó esta semana con la fundación, que personas que en verdad necesitaban no lo recibieron. Esa es la preocupación de varias de nosotros, de las familias que estamos en el campo, y muchas que sí lo necesitan y no están en el campo.
Madam Chair, if I may? Very well. Maria Inés Catalan, 8631 Lovers Lane. She currently lives in the migrant housing, and her question is regarding the RB project. She indicated if it's only going to be 11, who will be selected and how to be able to live in those RB units. And her concern is that she really would like for those who really are in need of it to be able to be selected to be in those RB units. Thank you.
CAO Espinosa, will you maybe address that? Because I know that we purchased 11, but there's actually additional units.
Yeah, is she done? Okay, yeah, so yeah, I'll go ahead and comment on that. So there are additional units. We have 11 plus 4 other ones, so approximately 15. There's 15 units right now being used. So everybody that's in there now will be transferred over to the new units and 4 existing units.
Thank you.
Yes, can you explain?
Abraham, will you translate that, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and thank you, CAO Espinosa. Lo que acaba de decir el encargado del condado, Ray Espinosa, es de que son 11 RVs que se van a proporcionar, pero con la opción de otras 4 más. Entonces van a poder tratar de ubicar a las personas necesitadas en esas RVs, y el condado les dejará saber. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, go back to public comment.
César Ornelas.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Teresa González. Nosotros vivimos una familia de las afectadas en la Lovers Lane 8420. Nos estaban rentando ahí en un rancho para tener nuestra RV. Yo no me salí, estuve pagando, nos salimos a pagar hotel, estuvimos como 10 días pagando hotel, después nos dejaron regresar ahí, pero pues ahora el dueño nos está exigiendo ya que salgamos de ahí con la RV. O sea, tenemos nuestra propia RV, pero queremos saber si tienen algún espacio para estacionarla, por lo menos temporalmente, en lo que encontramos algo permanente.
This is my mom, Teresa Gonzalez. We were affected by the floods right there on Lovers Lane. The owner of the property now, we rent on a property. The owner of the property now is, he's asking us to leave as soon as possible. We were supposed to have already left, but he let us know we got to leave by the end of the month. I don't know, we were wondering if we have our own trailer. So I don't know, if there would be a way that we'd be able to, if you guys had some sort of space for us to be able to move into, or like, you know what I mean, or same thing, the same situation, like what we could do to like move into one of those trailers or something, because we just really need somewhere to stay right now. The Lovers Lane was absolutely very affected by the flooding. It was terrible. I would just like, you know what I mean, some information and some help.
Would they contact somebody?
Oh, yeah, I was going to let it. Once we're done, and then I'll respond.
Okay.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Elias Salinas. Is there anything active right now with trying to realign the flood zone so that it changes over to what we historically know has been flooding out on Lover's Lane? Because it's my understanding that those individuals that have lost their homes did not have flood insurance because they were not in the flood zone. Animal carcasses are still out there. Are you asking that the individuals put out the animal carcasses out on the street so they can get picked up? Is there something special being done? Does the property owner or the renter have to remove those carcasses themselves, or is there some kind of something in plan for that? The employee training for new and current, why hasn't that been occurring before? Why is that something now? We went through this in 2017. There's already a plan involved, and we know that when you have a new hire, their part of it is that they are told that they are part of the emergency crew and they'll be called out. There was issues with not having translators. Myself and somebody else, we offered to translate, and then we're told we weren't needed. On Friday, I overheard the PIO state that they didn't have translators, and the following Tuesday at the Board of Supervisors reported how excited that they were that they had translators. So which is it? I know that there's a plan involved. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, but I'm more concerned about why there has not been training to be going on why hasn't there been training going on, period, for all this time? Why did we have to have this disaster to say, oh, well, now we're going to put an emergency training in plan? The trailers, the RVs, I've seen the ones that are already out there, and they're very small for just one person. What are you doing with the people that have children and there's more than two people or 3 or 4 people? Are you actually going to be putting them in these very small RVs that are out there, or have you purchased actually larger RVs than the ones that are already out there? And if they're only going to be there, they're only going to be there for a short period of time, 6 months. Is it really necessary to have a ribbon cutting for someone who's completely lost their homes, and now you're going to have a place for them for 6 months and then they have to go somewhere else? I think it's a slap in the face. I appreciate the fact that you guys have found a temporary location for them, but it's only temporary. And again, where is behavioral health out there communicating with these people, trying to get counseling for people that have lost completely everything, especially the children who had to miss school, lost everything that was familiar to them, and they have no one to talk about it, and behavioral health is not out there helping them out.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. This is Rob Bernowski. I have a request for the board and all the agencies involved, and that is when you are writing or when you are discussing these districts, that you are very specific and what you're using. I'm sure Supervisor Curro will identify with this, but the Pacheco Pass Water District is that reservoir that's for the benefit of North County, the reservoirs in Santa Clara County, and that's one district. There is the Pacheco Storm Water District, and I believe that's the one that we're actually talking about, but I've heard references and in writing to the Pacheco Creek Water Storm District, and I'm not sure that that's even a district, but for now and for in the future, being very specific with what you're talking about is very important, especially when you're looking at reconstituting the boards and things along those lines. And then lastly, I would encourage the County Board of Supervisors, even though you are not the legislative body over the Pacheco Stormwater District and others like it, you do suffer the consequences, apparently, and I understand why, when things go awry and now you're wondering about liabilities and not able to function. And, ultimately you are the if you have the ability to appoint members, then you do have a conflict of interest, which is good. My point being is a way for you guys to monitor all of these districts and to put on, the agenda when appropriate. Hey, we need to make sure this is functioning, because to the extent that they can tax property owners and things like that, maybe that's what we should be looking at, so that you don't have these problems that are 100 years old that are now popping up, and unfortunately you have to deal with it. So thank you very much for the time.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, this is Mary Lou Lopez. I was just wanted to make a few comments. Over the last few weeks, I've been still meeting with homeowners, tenants, and there's still people in distress. Last Saturday and over the course of the last few weeks, I've met with a lot of people that the reason why they cannot move into their home is due to their septic tanks, including some of the people at the migrant camps, that it's the septic tank issue. Is there a possibility of applying for grants or anything to help these individuals get back into their home? Because I think that's everybody's goal, is to try to get as many families as quickly as possible back in. And unfortunately, with the cost of repairing septic tanks, it's just impossible for them to pay. And on top of that, make the repairs on their homes. Also, is there going to be any individual help? Is there someone else or another organization that can be you guys can apply to, the county can apply to get people back in their homes? I've been making calls, and I do have a group of volunteers that are willing to come down, maybe about 20. I forget the name, but I'm working with them to come down and help families install flooring, do, paint, all for no cost. So it's definitely, if there's any individual help that something else, other organizations that we can get involved to help people get back in their home. Also, there's a continued problem with homeowners and tenants being evicted with their trailers, with them nowhere to park. I think there was some discussion about possibly identifying a property that the county had that the tenants or the trailer tenants can move into, because that has become a big issue where, just as the lady Teresa spoke, their trailer did not get affected by water, but because the owner is getting fined daily, she's now evicted and has nowhere to go. So there's a number of people in the same situation. Also, if we can just get a little bit more detail on what is the plan, the next steps to try to figure out the issue with getting the levee repaired. What is the county doing to take the necessary strides to get to the finish line? Because as I do more homework and I go back to 2017, it's like a repeat of the same things over and over. And then once the summer comes, everything fizzles out, and it's like everybody forgets what happened and what occurred. And then 3 years, the next year or the following year, this is happening again. So we just want to make sure that people are not going to be forgotten, and that we're still moving forward to try to figure out a solution. Thank you.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Micah. Appreciate the time. Couple questions. One is individual assistance. I still don't know what the numbers for the county are, and how far off we are to qualify for individual assistance. Our family has lost everything, as you guys have heard. A lot of families are reeling from this. We understand there's a big problem. It's going to take a lot of time, a lot of moving pieces, but the reality is, how can we help the families that have been impacted by this? So I would just love to know details on what we're missing and why we can't make an amendment around that FEMA process. it's online. It's pretty clear what we can do from an amendment perspective. So that's the one. And then my other comment really is, I appreciate everyone leaning in on this, but I at some point, can we hold Santa Clara County accountable for not taking care of the dam? I know there's a project happening, but is there anything we can do there legally to get them to lean in on some funds to help with individual assistance as well, assuming that we're limited? And then my third comment or question is really around public assistance. I believe we've already been given a certain amount of money, so I still don't understand or have clarity around why we need to create a separate district to be able to request that money. They're still unclear from my perspective. Thank you.
No further comments.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the board, who would like, oh, sorry, CAO Espinosa, sorry.
No worries. I just wanted to, if it's all right with you, Madam Chair, to respond to a couple of items because you were looking at me. I just wanted to highlight there was an evaluation of the individuals that were at the site now or at the site now, and the accommodations that we actually purchased will accommodate everybody. So I wanted to reassure almost all the units that we're purchasing have 10 beds available, which is pretty amazing. A few of them actually have electric fireplace in them. There's quite a few new, really advanced features in these units. So I was very pleasantly surprised with the units themselves, and I think the individuals that will move into them, I think, will be happy. I also wanted to go ahead and highlight who to call, because I know there was an individual of needing assistance. So that would be Maria Alcantar at Health and Human Services. Her telephone number is 831-262-9337. And for the individual that requested, if you want, you can come see me after, and I'll make sure you get that number. Okay. Again, that was Maria Alcantar at Health and Human Services, 831-262-9337.
Madam Chair, can we have that translated right now? Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you. CAO Espinosa, thank you. Lo que voy a decir ahorita en español es lo que acaba de decir el encargado del condado. Es de que si alguna persona o alguna familia ocupa alguna asistencia del condado, puede comunicarse con una persona que se llama María Alcantar, y les voy a dar su número de teléfono para que lo apunten, y después de esto, si no lo alcanzaron a apuntar, pueden venir conmigo y yo se los puedo dar. Entonces, su nombre es María Alcantar y el número de teléfono es 831-262-9337. Y cualquier cosa que ustedes piensen que pueden necesitar asistencia, pueden empezar con ella y ella les puede asistir. 831-262-9337. Y si tienen preguntas, me pueden decir después. Thank you.
Thank you, Abraham. Thank you, Supervisor Cora, for stopping me on that. I did want to highlight briefly, just real brief, on the PA versus the IA. Maybe I'll invite Chris up after. But the PA, the reason it's a very, very big deal for the district to be enacted, and for those individuals in this community in the area to actually apply for it, because that could mean millions of dollars that I will not provide for that area. So it's really, really important. So I want to thank staff for all their hard work last night, as well as the public for attending and participating in that. It's a very big thing. So just to answer again, public assistance, that money can be used to fix that levy, and that's really important. The IA piece of it, and I don't know if I want to, it's a loan as well. It's not something that's going to be free. It's not similar to like public assistance, a little different. IA, it would be a loan, and that's why the PA is such a big deal, as well as enacting the district and getting that remedied. So with that, I'll just, one other thing, I think it's really, really important, especially after our retreat, is celebrating successes. I tell you, our staff worked really hard, and getting these trailers. I really think it's important to celebrate those successes. These trailers are not just going to be used now, but they're going to be used in the future for our local residents that are going to be in need. So for future incidents that may happen, COVID, sicknesses, other things that might come up, transitional housing. So I just wanted to share that with you. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I'm bringing it back to the board. Supervisor Zanger, did you want to speak first?
Sure. Yeah, so first things first, regarding the Pacheco Creek Stormwater District. That is the correct name of the new district. Is that right, Steve? Which is it? Because it's showing Pacheco.
Apologies if I misspoke, but it's actually the one we're trying to inactivate, I should say activate, is the Pacheco Storm Water District. And the one that's adjacent and heads up towards the reservoir is the Pacheco Pass Water District. So,
okay.
Sorry if I misspoke.
All good. So the Pacheco Stormwater District, I know I talked to County Council, maybe Joel might know, but regarding actually redrawing those lines about who is included and who isn't, do we know how that process works?
Just a second.
If the district wishes to expand in area, it would apply to the local area formation commission to change the district boundaries or the services provided within the district.
Okay.
And part of the goal, I think, that RMA would be looking at is doing, I think it was mentioned about hydrological surveys to determine what the area is affected by the levee system and the drainage in that area, so that the district could be expanded out as large as possible, as large as is affected by the district. And it's a very small district right now and doesn't include every parcel that's benefited.
Yes, perhaps Steve Loop can address this, but we're looking at doing studies to develop a long-range solution and to coordinate the various public agencies that might participate in creating that solution. So we don't expect the Pacheco Stormwater District to bear the full brunt of trying to deal with the entire watershed and the potential impacts. It's a much larger problem.
One thing that we may do at some point is contact the San Benito County Water District as well, as to have a meeting with them to see whether or not the pros and cons of having a zone of benefit in the water district and having at some point what the parameters would be for them to kind of take over management as a zone of benefit. But we haven't had that discussion yet.
Thanks. And if it's all right, Madam Chair, can we invite Chris up to maybe explain why we got PA and not IA? Or if there's a reason, I guess.
Not that I'm privy to yet from FEMA. I have reached out and I've asked for better explanations. We're told we didn't meet the threshold. However, they don't publicly acknowledge their threshold. I know we were short quite a bit of complete total damage disaster is how they measure the threshold with water levels. And although we did assess every parcel and fought for every parcel, we were a long way off, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, I do want to thank staff for all the work that everyone's doing with this. I know it's a tough situation. It's not going to be a perfect solution no matter what, but and I know that the public's frustrated, and I'm frustrated as to why there hasn't been long-term solutions before, and frankly, we weren't around, we weren't here. But I know that the board is looking at actual long-term solutions with creek cleaning and maintenance and levee upkeep and everything else. So I know it's not a great situation, but we are looking good going forward, and we do want to make sure that this is not an ongoing problem forever.
Thank you. Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes. First of all, there were a lot of great questions that were raised by the public, and I think this board just needs to be mindful that we need to just like the pandemic, we had an update on a regular basis. I think we need to have an item on this agenda on a regular basis so that the residents can come out and share their concerns. I appreciate the work that we are doing on the district formation, the Pacheco Stormwater District, because as the speaker, Bernowski, mentioned, there was a confusion about the names and so forth, and so I fully understand the two separate entities. But working with the district, once it's formed, I'm going to ask you all to work with me. I'm on LAFCO, and if it's something we need to do to LAFCO to expand the boundaries, please, I'll be the advocate on that once the district is fully formed after March the 9th. Since Chris, you're at the podium there, the CERT training that you're offering to the employees, has that enrollment closed?
Yes, it's full, I believe. It starts tomorrow night.
Right.
But we are taking signups for the next class, which should be in about 8 weeks.
Okay. I had a conflict, so I couldn't sign up this time, but I'd like to participate in the second cohort. Going back to some of the residents' questions, I know that there's a huge lack of understanding from this supervisor about the PA and the IA, and I share your concerns and frustrations. So is there any way we can go back and find out what that threshold is? Because when staff went out there, county staff went out there, they went out there with law enforcement, and there were members of the area residents that were reluctant to come out or open their door because of law enforcement presence. I don't know why, but we just have to respect that there were, and they have been articulated to me. So you're going to hear from the constituents that their property hasn't been fully evaluated for damages, that there are damages that haven't been included in this IAPA determination, and if they were fully evaluated, we might meet that threshold, whatever that number is, because we're hearing from OES, we have a number, we're coming close, we got halfway there, but we don't know what that number is.
Right.
You know, there's a bar. And so will you continue to remain open with the residents to reach out and look at that? And then how do we go about possibly appealing the IA determination, amending the report so that we can look at all of the damages? At last night's meeting, there was a rancher that was out there, farmer, who indicated he doesn't reside in the area, but he has parcels that were damaged, and yet we don't know if those figures have been assessed. And I know there's a few people in this room that their property hasn't been assessed because, again, they didn't open their doors to that. So can we keep that conversation open for the benefit of the community and have this as an ongoing item for further discussions? As they'll tell you, they lost everything, not just their home, but the contents in their home, animals, livestock. The ability to farm organically has been lost because of the floodwaters. And so I'm going to continue to work with the residents. I have been immersed in this, and when I didn't report out this morning on what I've been up to, this has been my primary focus. I've neglected my own personal life. I've neglected my care for my mother. I've neglected my own move into my new residence because I am primarily focused on this. So I will continue to work with Supervisor Zanger, but I'm going to be an advocate for these residents because they are coming to me and they're asking for the county's help. And don't think me ungrateful that the county got those 15 trailers up there at the microcamp. I thank you, I applaud you, but there are many other families who didn't come forward because, like the family, Ms. Gonzalez, that came here and said her living conditions weren't harmed, yet by consequences of the flood, she now has to relocate and doesn't have a place to live. So there are many other families out there that need to be addressed that we aren't quite addressing their needs. And so, again, an ongoing item, please, because we can't solve all of the problems in one meeting. We're going to need to remain open and hear painful public comments, and then this board is going to have to make some sort of decision on moving forward.
Sure, I can address a couple of those items. We took the parcel numbers, so each parcel that pays taxes is identified with a number. We took those numbers and we used those to walk or drive the area, so you didn't necessarily have to be home. We didn't have to look in windows. a lot of the assessment could be done from where they were. And the crew that went out, the 2 crews that went out, were very confident that they addressed them all, one way or another, and that the damages that may appear to be greater than they weren't according to FEMA standards. And I know that's very challenging to hear when it's your property that's been affected, but they felt confident that they did address them all in their assessment for their values. Also, many properties may have one permitted dwelling, but there were many, many, many that have unpermitted dwellings, and those all don't even constitute a house to FEMA standards, so many of them didn't count. So that is part of the reason why we didn't qualify for an individual assistance. And FEMA does not release their threshold, unfortunately. Their side of it is, if they told us it's $10 million, every county would hit their threshold to qualify. So they don't release their numbers. Can we ask for a better explanation? Sure. Have we sent them all of our addresses 2 or 3 times, I believe? And they have come back and they have verified everything we have provided to them has been assessed. We put out at the last meeting that I wasn't able to attend, but Madison gave our county email, oes@cosb.us, and we received 2 emails with people letting us know their resident addresses, and we had already been aware of both of those. So we're happy to look into any other properties that people think we may not know about, but again, we pulled the information from the assessor's office. So if you pay property taxes on any parcel, we visited your resident.
And that was my concern, in that you're contacting the legal owner of the property, which goes back to the assessor's APN number. But as you said, there were illegal dwellings, and it's those individuals who are suffering the greatest and have no resource or there's nothing for us to do. And Mr. Chadwell quoted me SOL, and my heart goes out to those individuals that I'm helpless too. So we just have to have ongoing health and human services assistance,
Right.
behavioral health definitely, because I know the crisis really was traumatic. Even speaking yesterday, there were still some tears that were shared as people were recounting.
It's very traumatic.
Yes,
Very
and
traumatic.
so we need to make sure as a county, whatever department services we have, that we're able to help those where FEMA can't.
Absolutely. And we've been working with our community resources, our nonprofits, our faith-based, and we continue to. And we're providing, the Community Foundation has started a grant that has funds that have been accumulating, and we're working with them. I'm trying to think of there was something else. I feel like I lost my train of thought. It's contagious. It'll come back
And
to
I
me.
do know that the Community Foundation has started to disperse some of those funds that it has collected from the community. So thank you to everyone who donated to that fund, and the residents should start being contacted shortly if they haven't already.
What we have been advised by FEMA, if the parcel owner has insurance, this is scripted from FEMA, so if they have insurance, they should be leaning on their insurance. I know I've spoken personally to a few homeowners that say that's not possible or their insurance isn't able to assist them. But if there are tenants, they should try to lean towards their landowners if they have the insurance, to see if they offer property rental assistance if they're displaced. Not saying that's the final answer, but those are things that can be explored from the personal point. But we're working as diligently as we can.
With all due respect, we have to stop telling people to defer to their homeowner's insurance or renter's insurance. These populations couldn't afford renter's insurance, and so it's not even an option to go back to. And then going back to homeowner's insurance, if you know anything about the law, that floods are not covered by homeowner's insurance. You had to have specific flood insurance.
Correct.
And again, there's a limitation on a cap on what the insurance. And so please let's stop saying that, because they're empty words and they're rather insulting to me and to the residents that are hearing that. Thank you.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Sure. Sure, yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I won't ask what SOL means, Supervisor Gonzalez. I'll leave that one. Just kidding. I support, and I think we brought up at the retreat, can we look into some sort of resolution or letter just further pushing FEMA to sort of demanding more answers? And as far as the idea that there's just this blanket statement that we haven't, and it's not your fault at all, Chris, but just this blanket statement that we haven't met the threshold, that just doesn't sit well with me. And it's still not clear, for instance, you know, as you were throwing out an example, you said 10 million, just an example, you know, is it a flat amount that they go by? Is it a per capita? Because if it's a flat amount, then naturally, if you're a small county, you're always at a disadvantage.
No, it says their definition, it goes by population in the areas surrounded and those affected, and they have a whole formula.
Okay.
I don't know the formula.
Okay. Well, one thing I'll be asking for, if there's support formally, to put together some sort of document resolution letter to further urge FEMA to provide more answers and respond to the county, basically, because it's very frustrating that you haven't received the communication back. And then there's a lot of speculation in the community. I had somebody, you know, all these rumors going around that the county didn't even pursue the individual assistance, which of course is not true.
Right. If I may just clarify, it's one application to FEMA and Cal OES through one database for all the grants and loans that we were seeking. So if we didn't do it correctly, as has been alluded, we wouldn't have qualified for public assistance or for the USDA.
Okay.
So just to kind of clarify that it's one program that takes it all, kind of like applying for college financial aid.
Okay. And I do think, you know, whether we get a response from FEMA or not, I do circle back to our Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren, and I do believe we as a county, and I think we as individual supervisors should certainly advocate, but I think as a board, we also should, if FEMA doesn't want to show up, maybe we can invite Zoe Lofgren's office to provide some answers on this as far as FEMA. So I would support that as well. I would like to see maybe some, based on what we're hearing today, if there's a possibility, I don't know if this makes sense, but can we do more outreach perhaps on residents? Hey, if you had damage, please let us know. You know, I putting more out there in the media, perhaps we could do a press release of some kind, some social media, just, you know, making sure that we're not falling through the cracks. And maybe there's a couple property owners that had a huge amount of damage, or farmers that, you know, I know just talking to farmers that there was damage. Maybe it wasn't end of the world damage, but you know, these things do add up. If the farm community, for instance, knew that they could reach out and you know, at least let us know so that we can get over that hump with the threshold. And then the family in need that came up with talking about the trailer and needing a place to go. I did speak with Mary Lou Lopez and coordinated with staff, and I believe staff was at least looking into whether we do have some properties, if not the migrant camp. I don't know if the migrant camp itself makes sense to give them access there, or else other properties such as, I brought up Rosa Murata, for instance, as an option. They just need pavement basically somewhere, and ideally some level of hookups as well. And then the notion of Santa Clara County, that's interesting to me. Somebody brought up on public speaking, Micah brought up, can we look into that? I don't know if there's any potential from a legal standpoint, whether we could at least explore liability on the part of Santa Clara County for neglecting to keep their infrastructure at an adequate level, which obviously affects the entire region. That's another issue. And then also agree with Supervisor Gonzalez. I'd like this to stay as a focused issue, a regular item. Maybe it's a monthly item. I don't know if every single agenda, but maybe monthly. And then maybe we transition once we've gotten answers to the brunt of our issues here to quarterly or something down the line, maybe next year or something like that. But I would like to see it regular. And then other than that, I don't have anything else, but I can circle back on the kind of the main points that I thought that I would like to throw out as potentially voting on. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I can just have one point of clarity that you had mentioned, Chris, that you don't know the formula. Does anyone know the formula, for the record?
I don't know that.
So, in response to that, CAO, I've spoken to Cal OES, the state, and they don't know the formula. So, FEMA, I guess, maybe is the only one that can answer the formula questions.
Yeah, and that's why I just wanted to pose that to make it clear. It wasn't, Chris, I know everyone's asked and asked. So, but we'll keep asking.
And I'd also just like to point out that Friday night, CO Espinoza received a phone call from the assistant director from Cal OES. That phone call is unprecedented. It does not happen. And he called to share that we had just received the letter for individual assistance and shared what he could. Of course, Cal OES is basically the messenger between us and the state, so they didn't have a lot more to share. But we will reach out and see if we can get more details.
Supervisor Curl?
First of all, I'd like to thank staff for all that they're doing. This is a tragedy, and I do agree. Having it not fall off the radar just because the weather gets better, this is something that I was here in 2017. I did a bunch of research. I mean, I get why didn't it keep going? Why didn't we solve it then? Again, Supervisor Zanger, totally agree with you. We weren't on the board, but we are your board now, and we are not going to let this just move to the wayside. When it comes to employee trainings, I will say this is nothing new. It's not happening just because of this environment. Employee trainings are year-round. I have been to a plethora of them, if that's the right word for it. They are always happening. New employees are constantly getting that disaster worker training, which is way better than it used to be when I got hired in 2021. And now seeing it in 2023, it has had huge improvements. So again, another thing that is going well. One thing we have to do with employee training is departments and the board has to be very firm about it's important. You need to attend.
Right, we need your support.
The hardest thing for county departments to do is to step away from their regular demands, but understanding that one of your roles is a disaster worker and you must attend these courses. I think that's something that as a board we could be much more supportive of and encouraging of the department heads. As a former assistant department head, I will tell you it was really hard in certain seasons to do these trainings, but we got them done. But I do know it also sometimes you juggle priorities. So I just want to push out there to the CAO and to department heads, please encourage these trainings. Please ensure your staff are attending these courses, especially if they're on the important list and have assigned duties, because that's really important. We're only as good as the staff that are trained for these emergencies. OES is just the conduit to facilitate what needs to happen. And I think everyone needs to understand that at the county employee level. Okay. Number two, when it comes to Santa Clara County, one, I'm on LAFCO with Supervisor Gonzalez. I completely support bringing this to LAFCO, understanding the LAFCO and district process. I want to make it very clear, PA is public assistance, meaning it's not individual or personal assistance. IA is individual assistance. We're using acronyms, which we're trying very hard not to use acronyms anymore. And LAFCO is the land, the
local
area
formation
formation. Yeah. So basically, these are the people. This committee is who decides what lines need to be where for all of the jurisdictions. I'm really happy. Thank you, Madam Chair, for putting me on that. I'm super excited to be a part of that because I've worked with LAFCO on many occasions for different things. Understanding that the Pacheco Storm Water District and the Pacheco Pass Water District are landowner jurisdictions. The only reason the county is stepping in is because they have not been managed. And I think as a community at LAFCO, at the LAFCO level, we need to look at what do we really need in that area. And this will help support, hopefully, OES and the community by making this jurisdiction larger and looking at, like CAO Espinoza said, all areas, I think it was maybe County Council, about working with San Benito Water District. What's the best feasibility way? How can we make this happen where it's constantly these waterways and this reservoir are being monitored all the time? When the Pacheco Pass Water District is the one that goes up to the reservoir. I will tell you, Santa Clara is the lead. I don't know legally how much liability they're going to take when it's a landowner jurisdiction. They're just facilitating the future expansion of that. But I do agree with Supervisor Kosmicki. It is something to at least open the door and have a conversation. I think we need to build a relationship with Santa Clara County, especially when this is a dual county jurisdiction. Everybody else touched on all these other things, so I'm crossing them off so I don't repeat. But I will repeat on one. We're in an unusual situation as a board because we want to help our community, but we don't really have the legislation or the support of FEMA, of Cal OES, where we have a hole in our community and we know it. And we need to recognize that there is a hole, but we need to advocate with our legislative and our federal representatives. I did meet one-on-one with the Congresswoman's staff, so Zoe Lofgren's staff. This was my number one topic. Also, Supervisor Zanger and I did meet with the Army Corps of Engineers and really got a good education, I would say, a really good education about talking points, having our story clear. And it's all about how we tell the story that's going to get the ear of our federal representatives. So I'm very supportive, calling Supervisor Kosmicki and agreeing that we have to advocate more. That's what we can do as a board. Besides that, we're kind of in this bad situation. I do think we need to connect the community more with HHSA, having more of a dialogue with what services are available and what services unfortunately are not available, and identifying those services that are not available and bringing those services needs back to us so we can advocate for them at the federal and state level. Community foundation and our local nonprofits. This is where we need to really lean in hard on getting as much support. This is where communities rally. I have no problem sitting down and trying to advocate for more fundraising for our community. That's really where these other jurisdictions like Santa Cruz County, Monterey County really got their community rallying around fundraising and being able to have a community-based fund that we don't have available that can really address these individual issues. And that was sorry. I'm really passionate about this, but my heart goes out to everyone, and I want to thank the board so much for making this a regular priority. I do think that this is something that we need to make sure, even when it's 110 degrees outside in the middle of summer, we are not forgetting that we have a flooding issue all the time.
Well, thank you to the board for all of your comments. You've pretty much summed it all up. You haven't left much. I will just say that at CSAC, we heard a lot of counties that spoke up that really everybody is dealing with this really hard issue of kind of the emergency response, and a lot of communities have been really devastated. So it's a priority for a lot of counties. It's definitely a priority for this board, as we had our retreat last week, and it was one of the identified priorities is kind of our emergency response. This will not be the last emergency that we have, and so I think it's really important that we work together, we continue working together, and make sure that we have an amazing plan going forward. I think this did teach us that there were a few areas that maybe we could improve upon, and I think there have been adjustments made and improvements as we've went along. And so I would just suggest that we continue working on that emergency plan. I will continue to advocate for a third-party after-action report. I think it's a great opportunity for us to see, again, from a third party, just, what were the areas that were excellent, what were areas of maybe improvement, in a very unbiased way, and really helping us move forward with the best plan. And then, do you know how long, it seems that there still is possibly some concerns that maybe some people haven't had the opportunity to mark what their damage was. And so being that we just received our official, denial of individual assistance, how long do we have to submit a rebuttal?
We have 30 days from the date of the letter, which was Friday.
Okay.
To appeal.
Okay.
However, we need substantial documentation.
Okay. Okay.
When you say substantial, what is it that you need? Because I'm sure those hearing you.
We need probably 20 legal homes with substantial above 18 inches from the inside electrical.
Well, what would be helpful? Yeah, you're on the right track, Chris. Yeah. So what would be helpful? And let's break it down just a little bit. So the way FEMA looks at damages, if the water level, flood level was 18 inches or lower, they consider it minor damage, but we can still document that data. So if in your property, the water level was 18 inches or less, please let us know. If it's 18 inches or more, up to essentially the ceiling, they consider that major damage, and we need to know that, please. And then if it's from the ceiling-ish up, for a typical single-family home, it's considered a total loss. If it's a trailer or mobile home, this is separate. If it's a trailer or mobile home and it reaches the flooring of that structure, or of that vehicle, I should say, home, it's considered a total loss if it hits the flooring of a mobile home or a trailer. So definitely, please send us the information. I guess we'll talk a little bit more how that is the best vehicle to have that, brought to us. And we'll just submit everything we have and make FEMA
Anything
respond.
additional.
So, we'll be open to that. Thank you.
I know that there were some conversations about FEMA disasters in other states, and there's an app, just like Sheriff Taylor was saying, with this Access thing, whatever the program we just approved, that the residents, people in the community can download their pictures, their video, and so forth. Do we have something like that, and are you familiar with it?
I am not, but you can send anything to OES at cosb.us.
Okay.
And it's a monitored account that we check all day.
Yeah, it was suggested that the county could design the app, and I just kind of laughed when that was suggested to me, because the concept was greater than I could
If
comprehend.
it exists, I'm sure a cost associated, but we can look at, it's not been brought to our attention.
Okay, so it won't apply for this situation?
No,
Okay,
but they can email videos, pictures, what have you.
okay. I have seen damage out there and videos out there. And then, so my other question was, so 30 days. So 30 days from Friday. Friday was
Last
what?
Friday, the 24th.
Okay, so and then March.
And that's 30 days they need to receive it. So if we need to appeal, we need to work with county council to do that.
Okay, so residents out there of Lovers Lane, San Felipe Road, Fraser Lake, Lake Road, if you have damage, evidence of damage that exceeds 18 inches of damage in your water, or in your level, 18 inches level of water, please get that information to OES. I'm gonna have Chris go ahead and read the website or the contact, but please get it to her. That's going to help us with the determination and the appeal for individual assistance, that the IA, and this is something you have all been asking and clamoring for. I want to help you, but without the evidence,
Right.
we can't support the appeal. So please, we're asking for all of your help. So what was that website again?
OES cosb.us. And if you can give it.
Thank you, yes.
Go ahead, and then I'll finish.
Madam Chair, if I may, lo que voy a decir ahorita es muy importante, a favor de poner mucha atención. Yo sé que lo están haciendo, pero lo que acaban de explicar es de que la agencia federal FEMA ahorita ha declarado oficialmente el 24 de febrero, que fue el viernes pasado, que no se le podría dar asistencia individual a las familias. Pero entonces tenemos 30 días para poder responder y indicar las razones por cuales pensamos que sí se deberían de dar asistencia a las familias. Entonces, una de las cosas muy importantes que ocupamos es de que todas las familias que tengan evidencias en sus propiedades de daños, por ejemplo, y estas son las más críticas, si el daño fue causado donde las aguas, las inundaciones llegaron a un nivel de 18 pulgadas o más alto en su propiedad, y si tienen evidencia ya sea de retrato o lo que pueda haber, si la marca de agua o de lodo está a un nivel en sus casas que puedan tener alguna evidencia, está mejor. Pero de todos modos queremos que nos dejen saber su domicilio y los extentos del daño. Y si es mejor las medidas, mejor. Si viven en una traila o casa móvil y el agua llegó hacia el piso, eso es otro también aspecto muy importante que deberíamos de saber. Si tienen fotos, mucho mejor. Pero cualquier evidencia, les voy a dar el sitio el domicilio de internet, y si tienen preguntas me pueden decir después. Es oes@cosb.us. Y pueden hablar conmigo después si quieren esa información. Muchas gracias.
Yeah, we need an address. So we know how to assess it.
Cuando manden el correo electrónico, acaba de decir el administrador de ingeniería, Steve, que pongan su domicilio en ese correo electrónico. Pero pueden hablar conmigo si gustan después.
Thank you. And then just in closing, there are options that are out there. There are the SBA loans are available if you qualify with a small business. The ag USDA loans for all ag are available, and the individual assistance we did not qualify for, but it wouldn't be free money. It would have been in a loan with usually a very low interest.
A question for you, is there any differential between a modular home and a home with a foundation? Because again, you have a differentiation for trailers, but would modular homes have a?
Is that where the bathroom and shower and closet came into play?
I would just describe
Yeah.
your dwelling.
They'd have to describe it because
Okay.
it could. FEMA has classifications for what's considered a home, and I don't have those descriptions with me.
Okay.
But I know bathrooms were included, and I believe a closet is required to be considered a bedroom. So
Sounds like you're a realtor, yes.
I know
There has to be a bedroom in order for it to be considered, a
Yes.
closet, in order for it to be considered a
Right.
bedroom, yes.
Abraham, can you possibly speak to, and there's been in some of the public comments today about tenants being evicted by owners. Can you speak to that at all? I mean, do you know, I just want to make sure that we understand kind of what's happening up here.
Yeah, that's really important. So at this time, it is, if there are RVs or mobile homes that are not supposed to be on a property, then essentially they are there unpermitted. That means that they really didn't go through the process of figuring out if they may or may have not been able to be placed on that property. Usually, the requirement is that it's one additional dwelling unit, accessory dwelling unit, which can be a mobile home. RVs, it's if it's properly placed, that could be a potential, but it would have to go through the proper permitting channels through RMA for a building permit to be able to be placed there. If they are not, then that is what would be the unpermitted, dwelling units. And so at this point, we've been talking within the RMA department that we would not require any landowner who we know of that they don't have permits to evacuate or to leave at this point because of the need of finding homes for the families that have been affected or displaced. So at this point, we're not requiring that. I mean, it is being addressed, but that is not one thing that the department is really forcing.
Yeah, and everything Abraham said is 100% correct, but as the ex-RMA director, there was 2 code enforcement cases that were ongoing before the floods, and so those NOVs, notices of violations, were issued because essentially some health and safety and danger to the health of those inhabitants. Those issues or those notices were issued before the floods, and that might be what you heard today, but since the events occurred, as Abraham said, we haven't issued any new notice of violations. So.
And if we hear about evictions because of that, is there any recourse that the residents have? Because I know one of the sites that you're referring to, on that one piece of property, there are like 6 homes that were there that were being rented out in excess of $1,500 a month, and these individuals were living in substandard, and then the flood made it impossible for them to return. Some of them are being housed at the migrant camp currently, but how are we dealing with that? And then property owners who are pushing out residents because of any fear that the county might have, how can we advocate on behalf of the residents who are going to be soon to be displaced because of the fear of the property owners?
So, Supervisor, per your first question, I think it sounds like you're familiar with that case, but we probably should have some county council offline discussions.
Right, yeah,
about
I don't want
specific
any
code
particulars,
enforcement.
yeah, I don't want to discuss anything particular to that property owner, but that's not a one-case scenario. It's happening multiples out there, and we're hearing from, I don't know the situation with Ms. Gonzalez, the public comment earlier, but I know that residents are being displaced because of the property owners are fearful of what we as a county might do. And so I want to know, just make sure that we're working together so that we have less impact on the residents out there as possible.
Yeah, so on the second question with sort of newer ongoing situations and those type of situations, definitely reach out to Abraham, and he'll coordinate with our code enforcement and county council and try to assist those situations. So, yeah.
Thank you. So now for our ag commissioner, do you have any idea on what the estimated projected losses are kind of preliminarily right now? I've heard some numbers thrown around, and that's why I kind of wanted to ask you.
Yeah, so just to be completely transparent, Madam Chair, we projected there could be the potential between a $20 and $30 million loss to ag in the county. That was pulled through great work from our staff and also the industry stakeholders. The high price of the fresh vegetable market in this industry and the planting schedules that could be real easily affected by the leafy greens compliances and stuff to not plant. A grower could not plant 2 acres for a day for a month, and the number can just get astronomical.
So I know you had mentioned that there wasn't much of a loss to labor so far, but it sounds like in what you just said, there could be substantial losses moving into the future, or hugely.
Yeah, most definitely. It seems that there could be a setback in the transition of the farmers coming from the southern part of the state up this way. I do know the industry, they went ahead and stepped in and did a lot of planning in the Central Valley and the Huron location, which has been skipped just in that event that they know they're behind here. So maybe it's a stop in labor force there on their way here. Maybe it'll balance. But it seems like the potential for sure is still up in there. It could be a large loss.
Okay, thank you. And then also, can you speak to, I want to say somebody told me something about when there was, if there has been flooding on a field, it has to go through special testing or something of that sort. If there's standing water on a field for a certain period of time, do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes, I'll give you my best short of that
Thank
because
you.
that's not something I do regulate. It's all through the Food and Drug Administration and also Cal Leafy Greens. So moving water, running water is of huge concern because now it's some water from somewhere else. So that's going to put them into a mandatory test situation, of which can happen basically as soon as it's dry or dried out. And then if there's a positive test for heavy metals, any type of contaminants that's obviously not allowed in your food, that would roll them back to another 30-day pushback. If they test clean after those 30 days, or after the next 30 days, so 60 days, they would be free to plant. It's actually unknown to industry if they test hot for 60 days, what they do after that. Case is not known.
Okay, thank you. So I do support department heads and the Board of Supervisors getting this emergency training and whatever we can do to kind of further those efforts. And I really appreciate, and I see you want to make another comment, and I will turn it over to you in 1 second. I really appreciate all the work. I know how hard this has been on the community and staff and even the board. I mean, I know sometimes it probably seems like, maybe we don't care, and we absolutely, I think we all are consumed by this. We care tremendously, and we are all working on this issue. And I know that staff is working really hard on this issue. So please don't feel that your comments are falling on deaf ears. We hear you, and we are working tirelessly to come up with solutions, short-term and long-term solutions. And like I said, I just really want to thank staff. I want to thank the community, and I also really want to thank the nonprofits that have been crucial in this process. I've gotten to know Yadeni Jones, and her family was impacted by out on Lovers Lane, and she made this statement in a meeting, and it just rings true, and I'm like, it's my favorite statement, and so I'm going to use it now. And I feel like it really sums up everything we're dealing with, and it sums up our county beautifully. And she said, we might be poor in resources, but we're so rich in humanity, and that really is San Benito County, and that's why I'm sitting in this seat, and why I feel that this community is worth fighting for. And so thank you, and I look forward to continuing our efforts on this front and working together, because it really is going to be about all of us working together. So with that said, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Curro.
Oh, I don't even want to say anything now, because that was a wonderful way to end this topic. But you touched slightly on how our ag community is impacted, and that the farm worker migrants that come up, or individuals that come up and work our fields, how do we make sure that we are communicating? I don't know how any of this works. How is it being communicated with these ag businesses and what their needs are for farm workers, and versus what now maybe their needs aren't, and how do we prevent having an influx and having nowhere for these people to be? I'm assuming you can speak on this.
I'll take a shot, but I would, as we know, Madam Chair, working with the Farm Bureaus would be a great help with this as well. But this chain, with us being part of the salad bowl, this chain of labor force needed, expectations, markets met, basically for everybody to go in the grocery store and be able to get what they want when they want it around this country and abroad from wherever we can get those products to, is no loss of anything but a complete art and science by the producers. So that's why I think when they're bringing in the Huron production and going into the Central Valley, they're scrambling time and time ahead to plan that they can get those markets filled. They're under contract. They have obligations. They treat their people that get those products to the facilities as best as they can. So That's really all I can add to it, is that they're all completely aware of the situations that are in front of them. And maybe that would be holding some people back and opening up some other opportunities, even if it is leaving some production south of the border, you know, as they plan in their production. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thought you said it beautifully. And I do think, I mean, yeah, they will, I think they're going to try to work around and figure out where they can possibly fill stuff in locations and whatnot. So they'll work really, really hard to ensure that we continue.
I appreciate that. I
employing the
just want to make
workforce
sure
here.
that we're looking ahead, and this is an area I have no experience in whatsoever. So I'm kind of coming at this blind.
Yeah, I think I mean, that's part of their job is forecasting, right? And so they, I'm sure, are working very hard and diligently to ensure that they can deliver and have the workforce. So,
Madam Chair, they've all have been all healthy conversations, but this item is asking for additional topic that we haven't quite touched on yet. Last night's meeting was to establish the Pacheco Stormwater District, which it looks like we have at least 3 viable candidates. This item was also asking us to provide whether we're going to provide any kind of funding to the district as an insurance. We also need to look at and have the conversation with this board to waive the necessity for posting a bond for the office for those 3 individual board members on the reestablished district. And then I think you touched on the other staff recommendation already. Provide direction as desired regarding payment of expenses and temporary staff work on behalf of the district, and if desired, to waive the bond requirements for the new board members. So can we have that conversation? Because that was the crux of last night's meeting and moving forward to the March 9th.
And I can just address that briefly, and we'll have to get more detail. So the first thing that should be done today is allow staff to work on issues that pertain to the district. We can bring back the issue about the bond and the cost at the next meeting, or you could address it now by waiving the bond for the first board members, because we found legislation, the 1909 legislation, that indicates the bond can be set by the Board of Supervisors. And that way, the individuals won't have to post a bond to assume office. And then the second thing about the cost is I was hoping that the CAO, you could delegate authority to the CAO to expend, minimal costs. We have reached out to the Special Districts Association to try to get a price quote on insurance. They have not, we have to complete the paperwork and get it. The minimum cost of that would be $3,500, and that would include director's liability insurance. I don't know whether or not it's going to be greater than that. So if it's too high of amount, we'll have to look for other sources. And I think those are the 3 issues. So
you're looking for a motion to
Yes.
have staff continue to work on this item?
Yes.
And then do we need to decide about the payment today,
Yeah,
or do we do that at our March 9th meeting next week?
If the board's comfortable allowing the CAO to make minimal expenses under his authority, you could do it today. Just delegate the CAO
Okay.
authority to authorize expenses. If it's going to be too great, then we can bring it back.
And that would include the bond insurance,
to waive the
possibly?
bond
To waive the
requirement.
bond. Okay, so would anybody like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, may I actually also, either before or after, ask for consensus on a few of the items that I brought up as well, along with that motion? But I'd be glad to make the motion as recommended by staff, along with giving the CAO his discretion up to the dollar amount. So as recommended, A, B, and C, everything that Barbara just said.
I would second that.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So 5-0. Okay, so now I'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, and I was just hoping, again, to formally invite Zoe Lofgren's staff to our next board meeting, if possible, or as soon as possible, to officially begin the process that and to set in stone that we are going to appeal within 30 days for the individual assistance, that we do some level of outreach, letting residents know again of whether it's press release, or I don't know if we can do reverse 911, or that might be too much. I'm not sure. We can't. Okay, thank you. But whatever the discussion of CAO and PIO to do a little more aggressive outreach on letting residents know, and then staff working with families who need space for their trailers, RVs, to place them on county property if possible, and for legal to begin the process of at least looking into whether there is any potential liability to explore. And if any of those are not, supported, I can take those off. Those are some things that jumped out from the conversation.
When you said liability, is that towards Santa Clara County? Is that what you
Whomever,
were?
whichever jurisdiction may
Might-
be
okay.
overseeing the.
I would support that. I would be a second for that.
Okay, so we'll get that on a few.
Oh.
We'll start addressing those items then, or do you want a motion?
The motion and just get the board's approval on that.
Okay, so you're making a motion?
As said, yes.
Okay.
please.
And I'll second that.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0.
Great.
Thank you.
Public comment? Do I need to go back to public? No.
No,
Uh-uh.
no.
One last comment. I may have already asked this, and I apologize if this is a repeat. I know that there are TRAs, tax rate areas, for both of these jurisdictions. Can we request staff work with the auditor's office and see if there's any funds out there?
I've been told that there's no funds for the Pacheco Stormwater District.
So there's none for the Pacheco Stormwater, but they do still have a TRA, a tax rate area right now. I'm pretty sure they do. But just something to be mindful of. If there was money out there that we could grab that first.
I approached Joe Paul Gonzalez, and there are no funds currently. So the TRA, I don't have that answer. So yes, I would be here second to look into that. But currently, there are no funds in that district.
And that's clear. We'll first use that if there is any funds.
Always
but-
trying to, Ramon, and that little pieces of funding wherever we can find it is very important.
Thank you. So we actually need to get into closed session now. So is there any public comment with closed session?
Those in chambers, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Elia Salinas, thank you. I have a statement with regards to 3.6, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, County Council. I don't know if that is one individual county council, deputy county council, or if that is the county council. And it just seems odd that since you had her performance evaluation and she received a contract, this would be the third time that you're doing an evaluation, and it just seems odd that you're calling it an evaluation when you've already done an evaluation. In my opinion, it seems that there may be, and I have no idea, but why you would do this unless there is a specific supervisor who has an issue and keeps coming in and has brought it forth again to discuss county council specifically. So I don't know what's going on. The public needs to know what's going on. Either she's doing her job, leave her alone, or she's not doing her job and move forward with it. But it just seems like you have her on a teeter-totter, yes and no, because something's going on in the background. Thank you.
No other comments.
An hour and a half.
So an hour and a half. So we'll be back at 2:30 about?
Yeah,
Ish?
probably let's do 2:20, and then if we're a few minutes.
And I just want to thank the residents out there who all came out in numbers and voiced their
30.
concerns.
2:30.
Thank you very much.
Let's go at 2:30.
Yeah, 2:30. Probably. Yeah. Yeah, that's more realistic.
25, coming back from closed session. County Council, would you like to give a report out?
There's no reportable action.
Thank you. So now going back to the consent agenda on the items pulled. We have item 1.2 pulled by Supervisor Zenger.
Yeah, I just wanted some clarity on this from County Council, I think. So we're just paying roughly like $100,000 to extend the contract because the landfill thing is getting prolonged. Is that the situation?
Both the prolonged and the work that they're doing on the EIR. I understand that there's been comment, there's been recent discussions about the response to comments, et cetera. And that's, you know, that it's a combination of things between the work that's, I guess, the needed on the EIR, just to finish it up.
Okay, and so, yeah, go ahead. Did you?
Yeah, Joel, or Reed, I guess, Reed, one of you.
I just wanted to point out that all of the fees for processing the EIR and the application are being paid by the applicant. These are not general fund dollars that we're talking about.
We're talking about the lawyer, right? The lawyer fee is split, right? We pay part of that? No?
Well, the negotiation part of it for the modification of the operating agreement, the county is paying for, but the processing of the application, the response to comments and the EIR review are the applicant is paying for.
Right, I understand that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and then just when it's here, is there any time frame on that? Is there an update on when you think that'll start to
I just
move to
spoke
the next
with
phase?
our attorney this morning, and they're trying to get it done this year. They do not have a specific date that the draft EIR would be finished. The comments that they had this morning is they just got some additional information on the bio, like 2 weeks ago, and they're reviewing that. And so originally they were anticipating to get the draft EIR done by. The final EIR, they were trying to get to the Planning Commission by March. That's been extended. That's, so there's no specific date now to go to the Planning Commission.
Okay,
They're still talking about the traffic impact
okay,
as well.
thanks. That's it. I'm good.
Yeah, would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, motion to approve amendment as staff recommended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Okay, the next one is item 1.6. I believe this was pulled by Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes, this item is going to require a 4/5 vote because of the transfer, but I actually pulled this in deference to the public comment about taking the money from the youth programs rather than the general fund. So can you address that, whether that was a factual statement or not?
Yeah, no, it's...
Can you put the mic on? Just hit that button there on the bottom. Thanks.
Can you hear me now? Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board, CIO Espinoza, and County Council Barbara. So no, it's not. This is related to SB 823, which is the Division of Juvenile Justice being closed down. And these were funds that were a grant that we received, we applied for and received from the state in order to help fortify our institution to help with youth that we might keep in our facility that would have been sent to the Division of Juvenile Justice. So they're the kids that are in the deep end of the criminal element. And it's designed to help us meet their needs. It doesn't pull anything. It's just money that we have to update facility, infrastructure, cameras, we're getting a vocational, like a portable kitchen workstation so that kids can learn how to cook and get served safe, so they get that credential. But it's things like that. And actually, we just needed to make sure that it was going the right way. And actually, I'm going to call up my Director of Administrative Services, Lorraine Carrasquillo, and she has more detail on the actual transfer of all this. Go ahead.
Hello, Madam Chair and board members. I'm Lorraine Carrasquillo. We did present this to the board last year because this was a part of a grant. They had Part A and Part B, and Part B was a one-time funding to go towards facilities and programs. And a part of this is we discovered that we had to transfer some funds into the CIP budget line item because we are going to be painting the facility. We're trying to transform it from looking institutionalized into a soft environment for the youth. So these services, these are not taken away for services, they're enhancing our services. Currently, we actually certify the youth that are in the facility as a Serve Safe certificate. So when they leave, they have the option to apply anywhere in the restaurant facility. They have the cross-contamination, all that certified. We also have a culinary card where we're going to bring on cooking lessons. So they'll be able to cook and provide if they want to impress somebody, I don't know, mom and dad, hey, look, I know how to scramble an egg now. We also purchased a 3-part sink, which is a part of that because they need to learn about sanitation of dishwashing. So it's not taking away, it's enhancing. So that's why we're back at the board and to transfer the funds into the CIP project section. What else?
Well, also just wanted to add that originally we had put out bids for these things, and then we were instructed to go through RMA. So that had to do with some of the budget adjustments that need to be made. But yeah, nothing. This is all going towards the betterment. She said soft, but it's not really. It's supposed to be more a home-like environment, if that makes any sense. So to deal with the traumatic effects that sometimes come with institutional living. Any questions or?
No, I just wanted clarification because I didn't understand it to be taken from the juveniles, and so I'm good, and I appreciate the explanation, Lorraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So if there aren't any other questions, I'll just move to approve item 1.6 to transfer the funds in the amount of $167,529 per staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the work you guys are doing. Okay, 1.7.
Similar reason why I pulled this, but I did hear both from Elias Salinas and Valerie Halla, and so my concern is the funds, already as it is, we're struggling to accomplish that big lofty goal that we have of having the great regional park vision. So can you explain why and how the transfer of funds is necessary, and is it dedicated particularly to the regional park, or will it be used in other locations?
Yes, Supervisor, I'll answer the second question first. Yes, this mower is dedicated 100% to the regional park, and so it won't be used anywhere else. Essentially, it'll be used for the large softball fields that we're going to be installing. And so in lieu of having a new contract, we actually, when we were getting close to construction of the regional park in the parking lot, we reached out to our our contractors that do landscape maintenance and whatnot. And in discussion with them, they thought it'd actually be more efficient just to purchase our own mower and have our staff, which is another discussion, utilize the mower. We do have 2 park staff full-time, and so we'll have to talk about if that's a sufficient number to help with the regional park. But so yeah, it was devoted to the regional park. The mower will only be used there. If we wanted to, we could use it elsewhere, but it's just right now designated for the regional park. So.
Well, that answers my question, so no objective. So any other questions? if there aren't any other questions, then I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the capital budget adjustment in the amount of $170,000 from the Parks and Rec to what fund? Oh, from the regional park to the Parks and Rec impact fee.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item 1.8.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just wondering, you probably know where I'm going with this. So when we agreed to this last year, it was reported to us that it would come out of the homeowners' fees, CSA, basically. So I'm just wondering why now the road fund? I know there was an auditor issue, but I'm wondering, is there still a way for us to get the Bridgemark to essentially pay for this, because they should be paying for it?
Like it says authorized budget.
Yes, you are 100% correct, Supervisor. And I had the same question, the way this was worded in the staff report. So the basic answer to your question is that the CSA homeowner fees are paying for this work. So that's, it's coming out of the CSA 9 budget. As a matter of fact, I saw the budget literally go from, I think they had about 470,000, and then they subtracted the 340, and now they have the delta. So it literally is coming out of the CSA's budget.
Okay.
But the way it's worded is, I guess the auditors, when the item came through the board last year, they assumed that the road fund would pay for this item. And so now that's not the case. So it has to come out of the road fund and go kind of have a gap there. And so the CSA will fill that gap. If that makes
So
sense.
they're going to still pay for it?
The
then?
CSAs are going to pay for it.
Then I'm good. I removed my objection.
Okay. Okay.
I'll move to, unless there's any other
Madam Chair, I
questions.
just want to say, this was an item I was going to pull also, and I thank you for pulling it. It was definitely something I was concerned with the CSAs. I got a little clarification, but this clarifies it completely, so I am ready for a motion.
Thank you. I'll move to approve as recommended.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0.
Thank you.
Can we ask for clarification on 1.7?
Yeah, Madam Clerk,
And Steve, this might be yours.
can you verify that the vote was for the purchase as well? I know there was a transfer.
I think it was just the transfer.
It was just a transfer, so we still
Okay.
need to do Part B
Then-
of that.
Then I need to get Part B.
Yeah, make sure that, I mean, you are intending to do the purchase.
Microphone. Yeah, he wants to do the purchase.
So you want a motion for the purchase?
We need to also get
include-
we need that included.
Okay,
then
so I'll go ahead and amend my motion to approve per staff recommendation, and I believe there's 3 parts to that.
Second.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
I was looking at the wrong item, but however many parts there are to that item.
The complete item.
Per
Okay,
staff
and this is
recommendation.
item
Per staff
1.7 on the consent agenda. Okay, so we have a
Thank
motion, first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I believe we just need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
Good job,
Thank you,
team.
guys.
Finish strong.
Before 4 o'clock.
I know.
Close to 3:30.
I'm texting with my wife, who's picking up the kids, and
I just texted my husband, can you go pick her up? I don't know when I'm
yeah, I know. I told her I'd still do it.
I never know. Sometimes you think you're almost at the end.
Yeah, it's true.
Just kidding.
I know somebody asked me to ask her how long it was going to take, and I said, what? It all depends on how many items are full. And how many COVID
See you guys later.
Yes.